Welcome back to uh, the web design class. And last time we stopped with our main menu from the drop down menu 1. This is drop down menu 1, or this li element here, this list element containing this link subcontent. We gave it the class of drop down menu 1. If we scroll up in our CSS file to drop down menu 1, drop down, okay, I don't think we didn't style drop down menu 1 yet. Okay, so drop down 1, under drop down 1 we had our menu 1, sub menu 1. So sub menu 1 is this sub menu here. Then under department was our drop down 2. Then we have sub menu 2. So we stopped right over here. And the last point we made last time was that of course these submenus are static, they're just always there, and that's not too desirable. The whole point of a drop down menu is that it only pops up, or it only comes to the foreground when you do maybe when you click on the origin of the drop down menu, or you hover on it. That is when you expect it to kind of drop down, as the word implies. So here there's no dropping down anywhere, it's just there, it's just always there. So we'll have to correct that kind of by making this a bit dynamic, making this drop down menu a bit dynamic. So the very first thing we need to do now is to find a way not to have this displayed all the time. This is permanently displayed, so we need to do something to this menu such that we can enable the display or disable the display. So let's go to sub menu 1. So in sub menu 1 there's something we can do. If we want to there's a property in CSS that helps us define whether we want to we want an element to be displayed, or we want it to completely disappear, or yes, completely disappear, not just to be invisible, but to not just exist anymore. So that's property name is display. And we've used display a couple of times. We used display flex, we've used display flex before, display grid. So this same display property of our elements in HTML and CSS, you can specify another value other than flex. Before we've done flex, we know what that does. We've done display grid, we know what that does. Now if you say display none and save, boom, our sub menu 1 is gone. Like, it's not that it's invisible, it's just not there. And if I click on the space it's occupied before, nothing is happening. So it's not as if it's transparent or it is invisible. That it's not as if it's still there, but it's just invisible. It's just not there. It's like it never existed. It's like it teleported out of the screen elsewhere. So it's just not occupying any space. So it's not there. It's like it's deleted, kind of. So if I come back here and I use display, I don't want to use display flex or display grid, because they all have unique elements to them. Like grid has columns and rows, and flex has a way of rearranging. So if you use display flex or display grid here, it will still work, but it might kind of rearrange things. Let's look at grid. Let's see what it might. Okay, it didn't rearrange anything here, it just left. Let's see, we use flex. Let's see. So flex kind of rearrange things, it kind of make everything all wonky, just so just if you want it to reappear again, just control / just comment out the page, so it has appeared now fully. So grid, when we use grid, of course it still work. Well, flex just rearrange the whole thing. So if you want it to disappear, use display none, and the sub menu completely disappears. And if you use display grid, it will reappear, or just comment out the whole page and save, it will reappear again. Or you can use display block. If you use display block, no changes. So display block, you just make it appear exactly as we designed it earlier. So let's go for display none. So it has disappeared now. Also, it has disappeared, which is good. It's a good thing that it's not just always permanently on. It's no longer there, which is what we want. But unfortunately, when we hover on our drop down one or we click on it, nothing is happening. It's not appearing. It's not. So it's of no use to us. Like, we spent quite some time in developing those sub menus in the first place. So it will all be a waste if we cannot get it to, you know, drop down to appear when we hover on the sub content or when we click on it. So to do that, let's just we have to do a bit of CSS manipulation to get that to work. So now when we hover on sub contents, we want this sub menu one to appear. So what exactly is sub content? We give it a class. So let's go back to our HTML file. This is sub content here. This text is sub content. The class we gave it was drop down one. You know, we have not done anything with drop down one so far. So for the first time, we're going to do something with drop down one. So this is drop down one. So the class for the sub content, this list item, that's, you know, we have the link sub content embedded in, as the class drop down one. So this is drop down one. The class name of this guy is drop down one. So we want to style drop down one. We've been ignoring it for a while, so it's time not to no longer ignore it. So dot notation. Of course, if we had used ID, we can use ID. If you had used ID, it would have been hashtag. So drop down one. So but what do we want to do to drop down? We are not just styling the drop down one. What we want to do is that we want something to happen when we hover on drop down one. We want the sub menu to appear. So drop down one sub attribute hover. So when I hover on drop down one, I want something to happen. But what do I want to happen? I want to make an alteration to something, space. I want to make an alteration to dot sub menu one. So this is the first time you're using this kind of notation, you know. So you can use one class to edit another class. So drop down one is a particular class. When we hover on drop down one, we want a change to happen not in drop down one but in sub menu one. So far, let me erase this. So far, this is what we've been doing. You know, we just put the drop down one. We used to have a particular class and we call it subclass, which is like an action someone can take in a way to interact with that particular class. So hover is one of such subclasses that we can use to interact with a particular class or particular element in CSS on HTML. So drop down one, hover, then we just type in, maybe we've been doing something like this before, then we use background color or something like that. So if you change background color here, it will just change the background color of drop down one alone. But now we want drop down one, we want to hover on drop down one and change something else other than drop down one. We want to change sub menu one, not drop down one. So although we are hovering on drop down one, you hover on drop down one, but we want the change to come to sub menu one. So in CSS, you can perform an action on a particular element, like to hover on it or like to click it, and the change will occur in somewhere else, not just in that particular element or class. For example, if I think we used over somewhere here. Let's see. See, this is li list hover. When we hover on our list, we wanted the background color to change to this. So this change occurs within li whenever we hover on li. So if I come here and over, you see that the hover action is performed on li, and the change is still implemented in li. The same, we are performing the action on li, and the results, the implementation, the changes are affected in the same li. So we've been doing this a couple of times now. I think that's the place we used over. So but what makes this what we've done here, this over function here, this over action over here, different from what we want to do here, is that although we are hovering on one particular element, we want the action to be elsewhere. We want the result to be elsewhere, not just in drop down one. So when we hover on drop down one, we want the effect to be seen in dot sub menu one. So when we hover here, we want something to happen. So just for the fun of it, let's just do something first. You know, if we Ctrl C, just for the fun of it. This is not what we are going to do today, but change it to red. Change the background color to red and save. So if I hover on this, the sub menu should be red in color. But of course, because I've made sub menu one disappear completely by using display none. Of course, we can't see that. So let's comment it out. Control save. Now it has appeared again. Now, because if I hover on drop down 1, I said that my background color should change from this guy to red. So if I hover on sub content, the color should change, all things being equal. Yeah, you see, change. Take it away, change. You see. So when I'm no longer hovering, it goes back to the default color of something like grayish color. But when I hover on li on sub menu 1, rather sorry, when I hover on drop down, this is drop down 1. When I hover on drop down 1, the effect is seen in sub menu 1. This is sub menu 1. So we are applying the action somewhere and the effect is happening elsewhere. So I can say, okay, whenever I hover on drop down 1, let my logo change to something, to another color or something. Or when I hover here, let this image change to another image. I can do it such that whenever I hover on this image becomes another image. So it's pretty cool to be able to, perform action on a particular element in CSS and the effects be seen elsewhere. So it makes our page more, our web page is more dynamic to be able to do something like that. So, but this is not particularly useful to us. We don't need the color to change. That's not what we want to do. We want to do something else entirely. Okay, so now that we get the picture, let's come back to enable display now. So it's invisible. So whether we change the color or not, we can't see because it has completely disappeared. So let's erase this again and let's save it. So what we want to do now is that by default we want submenu 1 to completely disappear, to have display none. But when we hover on drop down 1, we want all of this to appear. We want it to appear. So if I move all of this, I move it and I paste it here, such that originally in submenu 1 we have display none. So submenu 1, let me save. Now although I've saved, you see that nothing still happens because this display none has made submenu 1 to completely disappear. So by default submenu 1 has disappeared, it doesn't exist. But when I hover on drop down 1, I want submenu 1 to suddenly appear once again. Okay, it won't appear now because the display is still none. So I have to specify, I want it to reappear, right? So I have to change the display to display. Okay, before I even do that, let's save it to work now. If I hover on it, still nothing happened. Nothing's happening here. Although I hover on nothing, because it's still, this display none is still working. By default, it's disappeared. So if I hover on drop down 1, nothing's happening. So now I want that to change. So when I hover on drop down 1, I want submenu 1 to have some changes. Number 1, I want that display to change. Instead of display none, I can say display block. Display in block form. We can use display grid. You can use display flex. If you display flex, it's gonna mess up the arrangement. Display grid will still put it in the right arrangement, But let's use display block. Display block, because if you use display grid and we kind of start tampering with the columns and the rows, it will still end up messing up the arrangement. But if display block, we just display it as a block, a single block without any column or row and things like that. So I guess it's safer to just use display block if you don't want to tamper with anything on the inside again, apart from this tampering we've done already. So if I save now, I've saved it. If I hover on drop down 1, submenu 1 should appear because the display not changed to display block. So let's over and let's see the magic happened. Voila. Now if I stop hovering, once I stop hovering, submenu 1 becomes display none. So this is the default settings for submenu 1. But the moment I hover on drop down 1, submenu 1 changes and then display becomes block. So we see here that by default the submenu 1 has a property display none, or the attribute display none. But once I hover on it, the display becomes block, and all of this is enabled: the color, the padding, the everything. So if I come here and so it appears. If I go off, it's gone. It appears, it's gone. Appear, it's gone, which is okay, right? So we have that down. We've gotten that settled already, and that is okay. That's cool. So another thing we notice is that another thing we can notice from this is that when I hover on this, automatically submenu 2 appears sort of on its own. It's like submenu 1, of course, only appears when we hover on the drop down 1, but submenu 2 is just permanently there. That's this guy. It's just permanently there. So it's probably not too desirable for us to have it this way. So to be kind of cool, if submenu 2 with the department 1, 2, 3 only appears when we hover on this. So we can replicate what we did, for submenu 1 to submenu 2. So let's see, what did we do? When we hover on drop down 1, submenu 1 appears. If you come here now, departments is another drop down. If we call department drop down 2, such that only when we hover on drop down 2 would submenu 2 appear. So let's go to our department. This is departments, right? So let's go to our departments in our HTML file. Departments, yeah. So this is departments. This guy, department. This is right over here. So it has a unique class. We give it a unique class of drop down 2. So if we hover on drop down 2, we want submenu 2 to appear. So this is drop down 2. If I hover on drop down 2, I want submenu 2 to appear. So let's go to our CSS and style it. Let's just copy that drop down 2 so we don't make mistake in spelling. So yeah, we say dot drop down 1. When we hover on it, this appeared, right? So let's try and do that again. So if I say dot drop, okay, let's paste it since we already copied it. Dot drop down 2. When I hover on drop down 2, I want a change to occur in dot sub menu 2. So what change do I want? Angle curly brackets. Save. Now, of course, the very first thing we need to do is that our submenu 2 that it's always appearing every time. We need to, of course, like we did with submenu 1, that we use display none. In submenu 2, we need to attach a display none such that it will no longer appear by default. Display none. Save. So if I hover on this now, you see that submenu 2 is no longer appearing. Submenu 2 is not appearing because the display is none. It's invisible. It's not invisible, rather it's completely disappeared. If we say it's invisible, that means it's there, but it's there, but if you say it's invisible, that means it's taking up space. It's taking up space, and it's just that it's not visible. But that's not actually what's happening, because if it's invisible, it means that something else might not be able to take that same space. But if you use display none, it will just not be there. It will just not exist. So something else can take its place. That's exactly what display none does. It's not that it's transparent. If it's transparent, something else will not be able to take that same space unless you force it to take that same space. But in this case, it just doesn't exist. That's what display none does. So submenu 2 doesn't exist again. It's like it's deleted. So we can enable it when we hover on drop down 2, which is okay. So like we did for the other guy, we can move every other thing that's in submenu 2. We move it over here, such that by default submenu 2 is display none. So submenu 2 is like deleted already. But when we hover on drop down 2, submenu 2 all of a sudden now has a background color, it has a padding. All of these features only occur when we hover on drop down 2. By default, submenu 2 is deleted with display none. So of course, even if with this, it's still not going to work if you hover, because display none is still activated. So we need to change display none whenever we are hovering on drop down 2. So let's change display none to display block, like we've done before. Display block, and save. So if I hover on this, nothing happens. But if I hover on this, it appears. If I hover elsewhere, it's display none is activated. When I hover here, display block is activated along with the background color, along with the padding, along with position absolute, along with left 115 pixels, and like that. Once I hover on elsewhere, it goes back to the default of submenu 2, which is display none. So that's how we can make things appear and disappear in a web page based on whatever action you perform. So because you've not done anything to this guy, hovering on to search and contact us, hovering on them doesn't do anything. But we've done something to sub content, which makes all of these guys to pop up when So all this is well and good. You can of course say that okay, we have a drop down menu now. Officially, we have a drop down menu. All we had before was something that looks like a drop down menu, but nothing was dropping down. It was just, it was just always there. So we can technically say we have something like a drop down menu, but we can leave it as this. This is okay as a drop down menu, but we can still make it better because it's not actually dropping down per se. It's just basically appearing. It's like a menu that appears, when you hover on the drop down link. So it just appears and disappears, appears, disappears, appears, disappears. So we can make it actually kind of drop down in a way. That drop down effect, we can, you can chip it in. So let's put in the drop down effect. It's for aesthetic reasons. So functionality, this is okay. You can stop here. You can just leave it as this. Functionality, it's functioning well. The page is not all cluttered up with links. It only appears when you want it to appear, and that is good. So, but for aesthetic reasons, to just beautify it a bit, we can, make it drop down a bit, and that is when we're going to come into animations now. So we use animation effects to make it drop down kind of, and apart from dropping now, we can make it the transitioning. We can make it drop down slowly with some fading effect or fade out effect. That's where animation comes into play. So let's animate this guy, to beautify it, to give it more aesthetic effect. So let's start from submenu 1. Let's animate submenu 1. So let's go back to our submenu 1. Submenu 1. Okay, now the original submenu 1 is display none, so we can't do anything here because, of course, nothing with it. If I animate here, if I animate in submenu 1, if I do my animation here, if I do my animation here, it's just be a waste of time because display none makes it not to exist, delete it technically. So whatever it is we do here won't help us. So if you want to do any animation, we do it here. Because when we over on drop down 1, it appears and all of this happens. So if you are animating here, we are going to see it. But if you do your animation here in the original submenu 1, we are not going to see it because display none has deleted the old submenu 1. But here that we use display block to reactivate it, to re-enable the submenu 1, we can now see whatever it is whatever animation effect we apply here. So let's apply animation. So for the very first time in this series, we're going to use animation property. There's a keyword for it. It's animation. Now if you look at it, there are so many features, animation itself, animation property. You can use it to define so many animation sub property or assign so many animation values. So but you have timing function, you have duration, things like this. But just to make things less complex, we would not do too much on these guys, at least not for now. But later on you can focus, you can mess around with all of this. But for now we just use the animation attribute alone. So the animation attribute is on its own. We can use just animation attribute to set the timing, duration, the name, the duration, the timing function rather, the delay, the fill mode. All of this can be done with just this alone. So so let's just work with this to make things easier. Okay, so with animation, you can make animation alternate, reverse, backwards, both, forwards. All of this, we'll come to all of this later. So let's start with one. So the very first thing, when you create an animation, you set the name of the animation. So what's the name of my animation? Let me just, so we set animation name, the name of the animation. We can give it any name, any name that comes to mind. Of course, like I've told you guys earlier, that when you are creating custom names, it's always a good thing it's good practice to give descriptive names to whatever it is you are creating, like names that kind of hint at what function you want such elements to perform or such things to perform, such that when you see the name later on, you kind of get an idea of why you created it. Because sometimes you might forget the reason why you created some custom names, some property names, some class names or ID names, something like that. So for example, submenu 1, this class name submenu 1, of course we know that it's submenu and it's submenu 1. So you have submenu 2, it's a submenu under the submenu. So it's good to give descriptive names. So let's look for a name for animation. We want to call it something. What can we call it? If I say animation and animate down, I call it animate down because it's a drop down menu. So we want to animate a drop down menu. So animate down. You can call it something else. I don't know. But animate down. Whenever I say animation, and down is like a drop down menu. So it's kind of descriptive. I don't want it to be too long. You can give it a very descriptive name. It'll be very, very long because But I kind of don't like long names, for I don't like custom long names. So anime down, that's the name of our animation. You can give it whatever name you want, and then space. Next, we need to specify the duration. So we can say 1 second. So I want the animation to be for 1 second. I can make it 2 seconds. I can make it 5 seconds. Let's start with 1 second and save. So I stated that there are many animation attributes. So instead of doing this, if I comment this out, let me comment this out. If I comment this out, this is the same thing as saying animation name. I can specify animation name is anime down, and I can come here and say animation duration is 1 second. Save. So these two is the same thing as this single line. So with the animation property or animation attributes, you can define the name, you can define the duration, you can define so many things side by side. You just be putting those things in front of, and everything will be saved in the animation itself. So but if you don't want to do it that way, you can do it one by one. You can define the animation name separately, animation duration separately, the timing function separately. You can do the reverse enable separately, or you can just do everything on a single line. So let's do it on one line just to simplify things. Let's re-enable this and save. So animation 1 second. So let's see whether we see an animation. Of course, most likely nope, no animation. So although we've defined our animation here, we said it should be for 1 second. Nothing is happening. Nothing looks like it's animating here. And that is that is not a surprise, because although we created an animation, we've not actually specified what our animation should do. So when you create an animation, you give it an animation name. That doesn't mean that automatically CSS will just animate it for you. You need to tell it what animate down should do. So let's define what we want animate down to do. So to do that, we have to come here and create another property. There's a keyword called keyframes. You use at keyframes. So the at keyframes property is used to define the behavior of your animation. So when you use at keyframes space, you put the name of your animation. So I don't want to define the behavior of the animation called animate down. I've created an animation here called animate down, and I want to define what I want animate down to do. So let me say animate down, and then I put my curly brackets. So everything I define here, whatever it is I put here, would be the behavior of my animate down. So whenever I want to animate, or whenever I hover on drop down 1 and submenu 1 is being animated, the behavior of that animation will be based on what I've defined inside animate down using at keyframes keyword or at keyframes property. So let's save this here. Of course, if I hover, nothing will still happen because our keyframes for animate down is empty. Nothing's happening here. So let's do one very, very easy animation effect. So when you're defining your keyframes, just like that word, like your keyframes, frames plural. So that word frames, it connotes that your animation is made up of frames. It's made up of frames are like instances of time. So you have 1 second here. Your duration should be your animation is for 1 second. You've defined your animation to be for 1 second. So we can divide this 1 second into frames. I can divide this 1 second into 60 frames, for example. I can say, okay, I want 60 things to happen within 1 second. Or I can divide it into 100 frames and say I want 100 things to happen in 1 second. So one frame is like an action. It's like a sub state of your animation. So under our keyframes, let's do something. Let's start with 0%. So if I say 0%, curly brackets. So what I'm saying is that at the beginning of my animation, so 0% of 1 second is what? It's still 0%. It's still 0 second, like 0. So at the beginning of this 1 second duration, like remember, you're supposed to animate down for 1 second. So at 0%, at the beginning of my 1 second animation, what do I want to happen? So at the beginning, I want something to happen. So now let's see. I want this to, if I hover on this, it's just appearing. I want it to drop down. So I want the position of this guy. I want the position of the sub menu to shift. I want this sub menu to be up, to be higher to be higher than its current position. So if I come here and say at 0%, I want to do something. I want to, this is a property in CSS called transform. I want to transform my submenu. How do I want to transform it? I want to transform it by translating. Now, translation is motion, linear motion. When you say translate something from your physics, from mathematics, but mostly physics, to translate an object is to make that object to move in horizontal position, like in a linear, in a straight line, either in the x-axis or in the y-axis. So that's why there are two major or three major translations. Yeah, translate x, that is in the x-axis in the horizontal direction. Translate y in the vertical direction or in the y direction. And translate z is like 3D, the third dimension, which is kind of like out of the 2D plane. So, but don't worry, we won't worry about the translate z. We just focus on translate x and translate y. So let's do translate y. Why are we using translate y and not translate x? The reason is because this direction vertical. This is y-axis. From top to bottom is y-axis. X-axis is from left to right. So, but we want this drop down menu to drop from the top, drop downward. So that means you are translating in the y direction. So translate in the y direction. So inside this bracket of the translate y, we need to put how many pixels by how much do we want y to translate. So for example, if I say translate y by 50% of its height, 50%. So translate submenu 1 in the y direction by 50%. If I save this and I over on it, you see that. Can we see that? So what happens is that initially this is 1 second animation. See that we've seen our animation, 1 second animation. At the beginning of the animation, at 0% of the animation, our submenu was 50% downwards, 50% of the height downwards, and then gradually it came back to its normal position. So what I mean, if I change this to maybe 5 seconds and I come here, it will be pretty slow. Come back to the original rest of the proof. And I come back here, it starts at 50% the height of submenu 1, 50% away, and then it returns back to its position gradually. I hope you got that. Okay. So, but this is dropping from down up. So it's not even drop down. It's dropping up. If it's something like that. So if we want to drop down, we need this guy to move in the other direction. So instead of 50% downward, we want it to be 50% upwards. So we change the polarity, minus. You know that the y-axis has positive side and negative side. So let's translate it the other way around. Use minus instead. So with minus, if I go here, can we see that? So it starts 50%, above its original position, and it drops down gradually. It drops down gradually till it comes to its final resting position. Boom. So with that, what that means is that let's take this back to 1 second. 5 seconds is of course too slow. It's quick. Okay. So we've defined 0%. This is the beginning of our animation. So at the beginning of our animation, we want it to transform 50% upward. Of course, you can make this 100% if you want it to travel a long distance before it returns to. So it comes all the way from the top, far away. It comes, of course, and you can go far above 100%. You can go 150%. Save. It comes from far away downwards. So let's take it back to 50%, and yeah. So we've decided for at the beginning of our animation. We can also define what happens at the end of the 1 second duration. So this is 50%, right? So let's go 100 at 100% of the animation. What do we want to happen? So at 100%, let's change our transform. At 100%, we want our transform. We want the transform translate y. Here it is this is minus 50%. We want it to be 0%, although it is doing this by default. So by 0%, that means you want it to be at the original position, like you want it to be where it's supposed to be normally. So if we save and come back here, because it's pretty much the same as what we had before we put the 100% transform. It's still the same thing. If I remove this line, if I comment this line, the behavior will still be the same, because 0% of course is the original position anyway. So this is not particularly necessary, but the reason why I'm still putting this is because I want to do something else at 100%. So let's see, have this for you. So but if I come here and put 50%, it means that it will go from minus 50% to 0%, above 0% to 50%. So it will go all the way here past, so from minus 50, 0, and then past 0 up until plus 50%. So of course this is not useful to us. Let's take it back to 0. So it rests in the original position, which is okay. Okay, that's all well and good. Now, but we have one other issue here. That is that we can see our drop down. If I click on this, you are seeing the whole menu right from the top. We see it as it's coming all the way down, and that is not too, it's not too aesthetic, it's okay. I don't know if this is what you're going for. One thing about design elements is that it's preference. If you like something like this, you can, but usually we would like that we drop down in a way that we don't see the whole menu coming all the way from the top. So to do that, we can make another alteration to our animation. So here, if I come here and I change a property called opacity. Opacity is how transparent an element is in CSS or in HTML. So opacity is a level of transparency. Now, if we remember for our RGB colors, RGBA, red, green, blue. Now this A color, this A element is the opacity. So this is opacity of 0.63. Remember I said that opacity of 1, if I slide this upward, opacity of 1 means it is not transparent at all. Opacity of 0 is fully transparent. So A here is, of course, is alpha. A here, the symbol name is alpha, but its function, what's actually it's the opacity. What it does, what the alpha here does is it adjusts the opacity of the object. So 0.63 is somewhere, it's not too transparent, not too opaque, just somewhere above average. So we can define opacity here. So if I make my opacity 0, let's go back here. So opacity here is, we are defining only opacity. You can define opacity as part of the color spectrum, like RGBA. You give it a color and then you define opacity along with it. So RGBA defines the color, RGB, and then opacity all in one package. But you can adjust only opacity alone without tampering with the color, because we've already set the drop down. The color of our submenu 1 this is the color already. We don't want to tamper with the color. We just want to change the opacity. So we can change only the opacity. This alpha bar value, you can change only the alpha value, this opacity, from 0.63. We can change it to something else with just the opacity property. So let's set our opacity to 0 and semicolon. Save. So but what do we want to happen here? So if at the beginning we want our opacity to be 0, at 100% we want our opacity to be 1. We want to be able to see it. So opacity, what that is, we want to be able to see our menu fully at the end of the animation. But at the beginning of the animation, we don't want to see the sub menu at all. Control save. So if I come here, so if you see that it's kind of, it fades in, kind of, it was transparent before, and at the end it was no longer transparent again. It was transparent at the beginning, but at some point it remains, what it does that, it's going from 0 to 1 within 1 second, within this 1 second duration. So it's kind of it goes linearly, it increases linearly from 0 to all the way to 1. So we can change that linear arrangement by putting an intermediate frame. So we have two frames here, the frame at 0% and the frame at 100%. So if I put a frame, you can put a frame in between. So let's see at 60% of the 1 second duration, 60%. So we add another. You can add as many frames as you want. You can put 30%, 20%, 10%, 15%, 60, 90%. So let's do 60%. So at 60% of the 1 second animation period, we want the opacity to still be 0. So that means from 0% to 60%, the opacity remains 0, it doesn't change. But from 60 to 100%, it gradually begins to increase from 0 until it becomes 1. So we still want this guy to continually be transparent, or just until it's close to 100%, then it starts beginning to appear. Can we see that? Can we see that? So while actually it seems as though it's just dropping down, it's not actually just dropping down. It's actually traveling all the way from the top, but as it's traveling, it's basically completely transparent. Once it is close to 100%, then it starts. Once it gets to 60%, then the opacity starts increasing till it gets to 1. When we didn't put this here, and the opacity was going from 0 to 1, from 0% to 100%, it was a gradual thing. So we could actually see all the sub opacities from 0 to 1. It will go from 0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 up until it gets to 1. So we could see the sub states of the opacity. But putting the opacity at 60%, giving an intermediate frame of 60%, just means that it will remain at 0, 0, 0. From 0% to 60%, the opacity remains 0, completely invisible. But from 60%, it now gradually starts increasing to opacity of 1. So we see here that, it looks like it's dropping down, but it's actually traveling all the way from the top, just like we cannot see it until it's close to 100%. Then you will see how it transitions the way, all the way down to, you see it as it transitions to opacity of 1. So we've created our drop down menu here, which is okay, You see that it's actually dropping down just a bit, and at the same time becoming. So the drop down menu is a combination of translating in the y direction and opacity. For example, if I remove the transform, let me comment this out, and I comment this out. I comment this out and I save, such that there's no translation, it's not moving. It's only the opacity that's happening. We see that it just appears. So this is also desirable too. So if you don't want it to drop down in a way, you just want it to appear slowly. So it's kind of, it fades in. This is fading effect. So this is, if you want just a fading effect, it's okay. If you want it to fade in, just fade in alone. That's okay. You can just have it fade in alone. It's design choice. But if you want it to, move along, if you want it to actually move downwards while it's fading in at the same time, moving downwards, so you need to add the transform translate y. You combine it with opacity, so it's actually moving. So it's moving downwards while becoming visible. While fading in, is moving downwards and fading at the same time simultaneously. So that is how we are able to create our drop down effects. Our drop down effects with a bit of fading in it. So that's pretty cool. So next thing, now our sub menu 2 is pretty, by comparison, is pretty ugly. It's just appearing. There's no fading effect. There's no transition, no move motion at all. So let's replicate what we did for this guy. Let's replicate it here. So before we continue with the sub menu 2, just a little glimpse of what we are still going to do later with the animation. If after this animation, after the 1 second, if I specify infinite, that is, I want this animation to loop itself infinite, like after the whole drop down fading thing, I want it to keep repeating itself over and over again. Just use infinite. So if I come here, you see that it keeps on repeating itself. Of course, it's not useful for us. It's not useful here to do this. This is not useful for us. But going forward, we are still going to make use of infinite animation. Of course, we see that later. Just chip it in earlier, and we can specify a number of times. If you put 3 here, 1, 2, 3. So you can repeat an animation sequence a couple of times. So this 1 second duration, I can repeat the whole thing twice. I can repeat it once. I can repeat it 3 times. I can make it infinite, keep on going over and over again. So we're going to see the usefulness of that later. Okay, so let's quickly do the animation of sub menu 2. Sub menu 1 came out well. So let's go for sub menu 2. So where do we have sub menu 2? Sub menu 2. Sub menu 2. Okay, yeah. So this sub menu 2 originally, of course, is displaying on. When we hover on drop down 2, sub menu 2 appears, and with all of these elements. Of course, like we had here under sub menu 1, after the whole visual property arrangement. We just added animation, and we give it animation name, animation down, and we give it a duration. So we're going to do something similar here. So we're going to come here and say animation. We had animation to it, animation, and we give it a name. So we used animate down before for our drop down. So this time around, since we are kind of going to the right, so let's say anime right, anime right, and duration is 1 second. Duration is 1 second, and yeah, of course you can call it anything. It's not compulsory you call it anime rights, but like I stated before, it's good to use descriptive names that kind of give a hint to the function such custom names are performing, such that later on when you look at your code after days, weeks, months, you won't have to really be trying to strain your memory to remember why you created such custom names. Okay, let's define the keyframes for anime rights. At keyframes for anime rights, and wow. So whatever definitions we give for our keyframe anime rights will be what is going to happen when we animate this for this 1 second duration. So like we did for the other guy for the anime down, let's start from 0%. So what do we want to happen at 0%? 0% curly bracket. Let's make our opacity to be 0 like we did before, and at 100% at 100% of the keyframes period, 100% of the duration, let's set our opacity to be 1 and save. So if we're over on this, it appears. If we're over here, it just it fades in. It's okay if you want it like this. It's not actually bad. It's not too bad to just have a fading effect, But of course, we might also want it to kind of drop to the right, or move to the right, transitioning to the right a bit. So that means we have to use the transform translate property. So apart from opacity, transform, like we used for the other, for the drop down, transform, translate. Now we used translate Y before. This time around, we're going to use translate X because you are moving in the X axis. Remember, X axis is horizontal and Y axis is vertical. So translate X. So if we say let's minus 50% like we did before, and transform here, translate X 0%, that's the original position, save, and we come here, sub content. So we see here that we are moving quite a lot. Minus 50% is far away, so you're moving quite far from the original position. So we actually see it as as if it's appearing from within submenu 1, which might not really be visually appealing. Of course, one solution is to put intermediate frames. For example, I can put 33% and make the opacity maybe 0.5 or something, and let's look at that. It's not too. If I make the opacity 0.2, it's not too bad, but we can still see it. If I had another, I can see here. I will still erase this. It's just for explanation purposes, to show that you can put as many sub frames as possible. Basically 100 frames. Since you have 0%, 33%, 0%, 1%, 2%, 3%, or rather 101 different sub frames. So from 0%, 1%, if it counts up to 100, 0 to 100, if you count each percentage from 0 to 100, not counting 0.1, 0.2, counting whole numbers from 0 to 100, we have 101, including 0. So we have 101 possible subframes you can put there. So if we go for 75%, and we change the opacity at this point to 0 point maybe 0.5. Okay, it's not still too bad, although as you can still see, you can still see it transitioning, you know, bits. Or we can just make it 0.3. We can still almost still see it. Okay, so enough playing around. All of this is just to show that we can make intermediate changes to the subframes. So let's just erase all of this. We won't be needing this, you know. So unlike before, we added a subframe at 75%. When was it? Or 50%? Okay, 60%. So here we can still kind of get what we want without putting a subframe. So instead of minus 50%, the problem was that our original position was way too far. So if I use minus 10% instead, and I save and I go here, you see that it's, it's better now, because it's not actually it, although it's moving to the right, we are transitioning in from the left into the right, you know. So we are not moving too far, minus 10%. So this is kind of better. Yeah. So we go from here and then we go here. So it's okay. So actually we can actually leave it like this, or we can, if you're not satisfied with that, you can still put in a sub frame, maybe at 65%, and we can make the opacity 0. You can still make it 0, or maybe 0.2 at 65%. And okay, I don't like the fact that it's too sharp. It's too, I don't know, somehow 25%. Hmm. 0 point. You can just type all of these are just visual. Okay, I think it's not too bad. Okay, I'll leave it like this. So you can see toy with had so many of subframes. So this is the basics of animation. Really, animation is in CSS. This is not too far from what we've done. So this is pretty much CSS animation. So you have our drop down menu, and and that is okay. That's pretty cool. Okay, so let's add the H1 header. Let's add a header to our navigation area. So after the nav bar, this whole thing is a nav. This is a nav bar. This with the image itself is a nav top. This nav top. So within the nav top, after the nav bar, if we scroll all the way down, that's for the nav. This is for the nav top, and this is for the nav bar. If you follow the straight line, you know the origin. So this is nav top. This straight line is nav top. So within this nav top, after the nav bar, this is nav bar. If you look at, you have div.nav bar. You click here, see it changes. You have nav. This is nav links. You click here. This is the closing tag for nav bar, and this is the closing tag for nav top. So after nav bar, this one, and within nav top, so click enter, and we create an h1 tag, angle brackets h1, close it, and we call it, you give it a name gallery, and you save. Okay, so gallery has appeared right over here. So this is gallery. So we can come and style it in CSS. We can style it in CSS. So there are a couple of ways you can do that. We can just we can give this h1 a class name. You can come here and say class blah blah blah, give it a class name, But sometimes it might just be cumbersome to be creating classes for almost everything. So sometimes you might decide not to just create a class and just say, you know what, let me just style the h1. But where is the h1? If I don't want to style all h1s at the same time, I can reference this unique h1. This h1 happens to be inside navtop class. So if I come here and let me do it close to navtop. Where do you have navtop? So I said dot navtop, So inside inside .nav top, I have h1. So I want to style that particular h1. So what do I want to do to the h1? I can say text align. I want to align it. The text is is at the left. I want to align the text align to center. Save. So now it's now at the center, which is okay. And the font size is pretty small. I can increase the font size. So font size to 50 pixels, and save. It's larger now, and okay, and it's okay like this. But I don't know, that black color is kind of ugly to me. I can change the color, and if I first pick red and save, that's ugly. So let me change red color manually. If I over on the color, it brings out this color palette for us to choose other colors. So I can click anywhere here, the color will change correspondingly. And if I use something like something not too far from brown or black, rather like grayish color, something like here, lower here, 10 10 10. So it increases this way, or something in this region. Okay, let me just manually set. Let me say 9 and 27. So this is, if I save, not bad. This color is not bad. It's kind of close to this color, but I want to make it. I can make it a bit transparent. That's the opacity. I can reduce the opacity by coming to adjust the alpha value here. So click on this and drag. That'll be 0 to 0 0.6 something, 0 0.61 or 609 or something. So automatically this becomes RGBA. It was RGB before, now RGBA. That's added the opacity value, the alpha value. So if I save it now, see, this guy is a bit transparent. So I think I like it like this. Or I can remove the opacity or increase the opacity. It's all design choice. Okay, so if we are done with the H1, the next thing is for us to start adding a couple of things to our body. This thing is just the top. We spend so much time on just the top alone. Sometimes it's amazing how much time one spends on something. It's just a small element like the top. It looks so simple, but we spend some time on it. Okay, so let's go back to our HTML file. So after this is the nav top, the closing tag. So after the nav top, we can let's create a region here called gallery. It's a div box, div, and enter. We give it a class name called gallery. So it's inside this gallery you're going to. So it's in this gallery section that we're going to add a couple of cards in. So we want to create some cards, some CSS cards, as some developers like to call it. Yeah, actually what we are calling cards are just div boxes or div elements, which that consist of some information like image will be inside. We can put an image there, we can put some text there, we can put a button there, we can put a couple of things there. So it's just a div box with a couple of information. So some developers like to call it card, CSS card or something like that. So but basically it's just a div box. So let's start with the very first of its kind, the very first card. Angle brackets, div, close angle bracket to open the closed div tag. And let's give this a class name of card, card. So this would be our card. Like I said, it's just a div box really. It's nothing other than a div box. So we call this our card. So inside our card we want to embed a card image, or rather you want to embed an image inside the card. So that will be another div box. or another div element. You can give it a class name, class equal to card hyphen image. You can call it anything. You can call it card image, or you can decide to remove the hyphen and just make it capital I, or use the hyphen, and you know. So this is a custom name. Just that when we are doing the styling in CSS, it just has to, this name just has to match. So that is, so we have the card, the card itself, the div box for the class itself. Then we have card image, and we can create another div, angle bracket div, close angle brackets. Let's scroll up a bit. So under div box, we can give this a class name, class, and we want this div box to contain the text in our card. So here we have the card itself. From this div opening tag to the div closing tag, this is card. Inside the card, we want to create another div and give it the class name of card image. So we are going to embed the image of our card. We embed the image here, and next, just underneath the image, we want to embed some text. So we can give it the class name of card dash text and save. So of course, with all of this, nothing is happening here. It's not, because all of these divs have nothing in them for now. So as we are saving, nothing is being affected here. But that will change soon as we add more things. So within the card text, the very first text you want to put in the card is some kind of heading. So we want the card to have some kind of heading, and there are a couple of tags that we can use for heading. We can use the h1 tag if you're familiar with that. Like here, this gallery here is an h1 tag. We use it for special for heading. Now you can use the h2 tag. Of course, difference between the h1 tag and the h2 tag is that the h2 tag is a smaller font size than the h1 tag. But that's by default. Of course, you can edit the font size anyway. So sometimes it doesn't matter which of the which h tag you use, whether h1 or h2 or h3, when you can just simply edit the font, increase the font or reduce the font later. We can use h3, or we can use h4, or h5. Well, let's just use h4. I don't think we've used h4 at all before, so let's use h4 just for the sake of it. And let the text that will be displayed on our h4 be card 1. So that'll be our first card, and save. So of course, the information gets printed out here. Card 1. So under the heading, the h4 tag, I want to display a paragraph, p tag. Close the p tag, and can put enter here. So we can display meaningful information like this is a card, styled with CSS, and or we can just put a random text in there that we can later change to something meaningful. So lorem ipsum blah blah blah, lorem ipsum alias whatever. Okay, so if we save our lorem, just fill up the entire space. So well, that's it basically for our card text area. Of course, we can add some other things in. We can add another paragraph, but I think let's just have one header, one tag heading. Let's have one heading, and sometimes I kind of like to call it header. I think it's heading, h4 heading tag. So let's just have one heading tag and one paragraph tag for our card text area. So let's style the card itself. Let's try and start styling the card. Control save. Let's go to our CSS, or should we start with the gallery? Let's start with the card first, or I don't know. Let's start with the gallery. Okay, so for now we won't do much with the gallery. Let's go to gallery. Remember, the gallery is is the space where you want to put in all our cards. So gallery it's the class name of a particular div tag. So dot gallery, use the dot notation. We would have used the hash tag if it were ID name, but since it's class name, use dot gallery, open curly brackets, close curly brackets. For now, let's just set the background color of red. Of course, it's ugly, but yeah. So it's the gallery is as the height of the gallery is as much as the height of the containing elements. So because we just have one card and the card itself is not very long, or it's not very the height is not very significant, so the the gallery just covers up that space. So the more cards we had, the longer, the greater the height of the gallery. So let's just give it a background color alone, and let's come and style our card. So if you added a background color to the gallery so that we see where the gallery is, basically. Later on we'll probably remove the background color for the gallery. So let's style our first card. Card, a class, is a div box with the class name card. So since that name card is class name, not ID, we call it dot, use dot notation, dot card, and curly bracket open, curly bracket close, save. Okay, so what do we do to our card? Okay, very first and foremost, we probably like to give our card a width. Give it a width, because this is pretty wide. You see the text here is so wide, it occupies the entire space of this. Doesn't look like any kind of card at all. So let's give the card a width. Let's give it a width, width width of 250 pixels, and save. Okay, so the card, is kind of shrunk a bit, to fit 250 a 250 pixel space. So like I said earlier, I kind of like to have background color for my elements, especially my div boxes, to kind of see what is going on. Although later on we might remove the background color. Let's just give it aqua temporarily for now. Okay, yeah, that looks ugly. So we kind of see where our card is, and we see the gallery. So the gallery is this red box here. So that is the space that's containing the card. So the card is inside the gallery. So okay, let's continue. Let's see what else can we do to our card. We can add some margin. We can add some margin to our card, and margin top maybe 20 pixels, 20 pixels, save. 20 pixels, and nothing seems to have shown up for now. Okay, we'll adjust that later. So margin top 20 pixels does not seem to do anything. Okay, you know what, first and foremost, our image, the fact that we've not even done anything to our image, let's put the image here. Without the image here, our card just looks like one giant paragraph. Let's do the image. So where is our image? So inside the card itself, inside the card div with the class name card, we have another div with the class name card image. So let's style the card image. We'll come back to the card. Let's add the card image first of all. Card dash image, curly bracket open and close, and let's give it a background image, background image. Use URL to navigate to where our images, and since we are in style 2.css, let's check our explorer to see where we are. We are here, and we want to go to images. Since they are in the same directory, there's no need for us to navigate backwards. We can just access the images straight away. So we can use double quotes, open and close. So we can access the images folder straight away. So images slash. So we just pick one of our images. We have a couple of images here. Let's use wallpaper 1 and save. Okay, seems like nothing is happening. Okay, now that is because we have kind of like overlap of elements here. So basically with our card, we want to display 3 items, one on top of the other. So because if we give this card image and height if we came here and we say we want our card image to have a height of let's say 200 pixels and save, and it will show up here. So because we didn't give it any height, let me delete it again. It's kind of, it doesn't exist until we give it a height. So let's see, hold off on the card image. It's okay there, but let's go back to our card and add some fillings to our card. Now for our card itself, we want 3 elements to be in our card as shown in our HTML. We want the card image, we want the card text, and there's one more thing. Probably let's just add it now once and for all. After the card image, the first element, the card text, we want to add something else. We want to add like a button. So image on top, followed by the card text, then followed by a button. So there's a tag for button, button, a tag for button. So but I kind of prefer not to use button in base HTML stroke CSS design. Button tags seems to work better for form submission, for PHP actions, for example the onClick attribute. You use onClick, you can set up an alert and say put a message here like user unidentified or something like that. So use buttons for JavaScript stuff, for PHP stuff, for form submission stuff. So but just using a button to take you to reference another page, another web page, using a href tag, it doesn't work. So button doesn't really work with href. So in href usually you have href, then you link another page, another web page you've designed, or an online web page. So instead of creating a button where you have issues using the href, I tend to just prefer to use a link. So you can use a link in place of a button. This is what I prefer to do most of the time, except if I'm doing JavaScript stuff or form submission stuff or PHP stuff. So but generally I prefer to use the a tag. So there's a way you can style your link. What a tag is your link. There's a way you can style your hyperlink such that it will look like a button. So many developers tend to prefer that. So a couple of times just style their hyperlinks to look like buttons. So in many web pages, when you see buttons, what is actually there might not actually be a button. Usually it's just just a hyperlink. So hyperlinks are pretty kind of better to use when you are trying to make reference to another web page. Buttons are for form actions. They are better used in form actions, JavaScript functions. When you want to link JavaScript function to a particular segment of your code, you can use buttons. Or PHP, you want to embed PHP into your HTML file. But for just general purposes, links work. They perform the duty. They perform what we need. Okay. The class name here. So we have a link here, and you can say, let's just give the link the text purchase card and save. So it's a link called purchase card. The class of let's give it a class name of card button. Although it's not actually a button, it's a link. So we have card image, the first element or the first item inside our card, card text, the second item in our card, and card button, the third item in our card. And of course, what is a link without an href attribute? You've noticed that the purchase card here is not clickable, because you've not put the href attributes. It's when you put the href attribute that it actually becomes a link. So if you say #dummy, let's put a dummy link #9, save. So you see that this is now a link, it's a clickable link, because we now have added the href hyperlink reference attribute or property. Okay, so that's that about the a tag or the button. So we have three things here: the image that is not visible for now, the text that we can see here, and the link. So three elements or three items inside our card, inside this one card here, this card. So let's go back to CSS and do some styling. So we were styling our card. So we were styling our card. Let's go back to styling our card. So because we have three elements, we can use grid. Actually, you can use display grid, or you can use display flex. Let's use display grid. Let's create a grid. So usually whenever you get to various segments of your code of your web page, and you want to create a structure that looks like rows and columns, it's generally preferable to use something like a grid. If you use a grid, you can define your columns, you can define number of columns and number of rows you want. So in this case, our card will just be one column, but we want to define 3 rows. So right at the top here, or anywhere, you can just let's do it at the top here. So at the top here, let's define display. So we've done display flex before, we've done display grid already before. Let's do it again. Display grid and save. Okay, so we have display grid, and now that you have display grid, we can define how many columns or how many rows we want. So after this background color, let's specify that we just want one column, just a single column. So grid template columns, just one column. How wide do you want the column to be? If we say 250 pixels, that means we want the column to be as wide as the card itself. Remember, the card is 250 pixels. That's this whole aqua color box here. So the column inside is as wide as 250 pixels. Although we can, if we make it 200 pixels, so the column is 200 pixels, it won't be as wide as the card. Save. So we see that the column has shrunk now. So there's a column inside here. So that column is 200 pixels. It's not as wide as the card itself, but we can make it as wide as the card. The same 250 and save. So the column is as wide as the card. Now let's define our rows. We want 3 rows. One row, the first row will be for the image, the second row for the card text, and a third row for this button here that we're going to style to look like this link we're going to style to look like a button. So we use grid template rows. So the first row, what length do you want to give the first row? The first row we wanted to have a height of 200 pixels, the second row 200 pixels, and the third row, because the third row is going to be for button, we don't need the button to be so wide. Let's just use 50 pixels. We don't want it to be super wide. And save. So you can see now that our image, this card image that was not visible before, now it's kind of visible, and that is because it now has height. Before it kind of collapsed in itself, like there was no height at all, 0 height, so we could not see it. Now that we've given kind of height to this row, it's 200 pixels, so the image kind of pops up, so to speak. So another thing we could do is that when you create a grid structure with rows and columns, it's not it's not too bad of an idea to give those areas, to give them names. It's called grid template area, grid template area, grid, okay, template TMPL areas. So we give name to those the areas, sections of our grid, such that we can assign those names to elements later on. So the first element or the first item in our grid area is the card image. I've semicolon or double quote, go card and dash image. But it's not necessary. Your code will still work. The card will still work without this anyway. just good practice. So card text is the next one. So card image is this guy, card text is the one underneath it, and then this is the card button here. So double quotes, card button, and save. So it still looks the same way, just assign names to it. So later on, when we create the various items for embedded in this card, we just assign these names to them. Okay, so after that, we've created our grid. We have a couple of elements there. So if I remove this margin top, save, you see that it flushes to the top of the or to the bottom of the navigation top. So the whole point of this margin top was to kind of put some space between the card and the top and the bottom of the gallery. So let's reactivate our margin top. So earlier it did not show, it seemed like it didn't make any effects. It didn't make any effect because the reason for that was because this image did not show. At the beginning, the card 1 was the topmost element here, and normally all heading tags like h1, h2, h3, h4 up to h6, they automatically come with a margin top. So that was why when this card 1 was here, this card did not flush with the bottom of the navigation top, because this margin here, or this padding here, kind of, it pushed the card away from this top. But now that image is not the first element here, image does not by default, it doesn't come with any margin or any padding. So it's the reason why the whole thing just flushed with the bottom of the navigation top here. So now we've added margin top, so we have some daylight, some space between the card and the navigation top. Okay, that is okay. And the next thing we can let's add a box. Okay, before that, should we just let's temporarily erase our gallery background and save for now. Let's get rid of that. And next, let's change the background color from aqua to white. Actually, white is going to be the background color either way. So now it just seems like, like we cannot see it seems like we can't see the card itself, like the card is invisible or it's transparent, which might not seem desirable, but there's something we can do to it to make it visible, to make it possible for us to see the edges, even though the background color is white. So if we give it a box shadow, like if we give it a shadow, like a box shadow at the edges, it will differentiate the card from the gallery background. So if we come somewhere around here or anywhere, just maybe here, I say box shadow. It's a property called box shadow. So box shadow, 0 pixels to the right, 0 pixels downwards in the y-axis, positive or rather negative y-axis direction. I don't know, is it positive or negative? So downwards 0 pixels, and 2 pixels the thickness of the shadow. And let's say first save. Now we can see the shadow all around. So although the background image of the card is white and the background image of the gallery, the background, is also white, kind of, we can distinguish the card from the background by this box shadow that's around it. So instead of 10 here, if I made this 10 instead of 0 pixels, if I made this 10, you see what happens, that in the X direction the shadow moves to the right by 10 pixels, and that's not too desirable. Let's take it back to 0, save. If I had made this 0 pixels here, if I made it 10 and I save, it would have shifted the shadow downwards by 10 pixels, and it's not desirable. We like to have it 0 right at the center. And this 2 pixels, if I made it 20 pixels, would have made the shadow super thick. The spread of the shadow, a lot thicker than when it was relatively thin. So let's go back to 2 pixels. So our card is really that's a shadow around it, but a thin shadow that is quite visually pleasing compared to just making it thick. So I kind of it's, well, you can leave it this way. I kind of don't like sharp edge div boxes, unless if it's a navigation top like this. So design choice anyway. I kind of like to have a border radius, let the edges be curved, a border radius of something like 10 pixels, and save. So we see here that these edges are curved, this is curved, this is curved. For some reason this side is not curved. It's actually curved, just that the image is not curved. So because the image is not curved, it's the sharp edges, so the square edges of the image take the place, or it's overriding, or is appearing above the curved edge here of the card in the background, or the div box with the class name card. So if you go to our image, we can kind of fix that. So in our image, if I say border radius, the card image, give it border radius. If I say 10 pixels and I save, you see here that the image itself now has a border radius of around 10 pixels. But fortunately, something undesirable has also occurred here, in that the 10 pixels goes around the entire image, so both at the top and the bottom of the image. And you can leave it this way, but I kind of don't like. It doesn't look too cool for the bottom part of this image to have curved edges. I think it's better if it were straight. So it means that border radius will not help us. We need another property. So that is border top left radius. So that will be for just the top left alone. So let's make that 10 pixels and save. So every other edge is square edge. So you have square edge here, square edge here, square edge here, apart from the top left. So the top left, the radius of the top left border is now 10 pixels. You can do the same for the top right too. So we have border dash top right, scroll down, top right radius, also 10 pixels, save. So both for the top left and top right, the border radius is curved, and at the bottom, both at the left and the right, the border radius is square, and that is okay. So what next we can do is, now I'm sure you must be wondering what kind of image is it. The image kind of seems bland. It's just gray with some kind of blurry pattern on it. The image is a lot larger than this actually. The image is super large. It kind of takes up this entire space and downwards. So it's just displaying this small portion of the image. The image still extends downwards and to the right and downwards. So kind of it's more desirable for us to compress the size of the image to fit this box as much as possible. And to do that, we use a particular attribute called the background size. So the background, we set the background size to cover. There's a setting called cover. So automatically, if you set background size to cover, it will kind of compress the size of the image to fit into this box without stretching the image, without making the image look stretched out or warped in one way or the other. So let's save. Now we can see like the image is the size of the image has been compressed to fit the box nicely. Before it was just this area, this small area here that was displayed, but now the image has the size has been resized to fit in the box without compromising the structure of the image itself. So the image still extends downwards, but of course we don't have much space in the width. If there was still more information to the right, then to probably squeeze in more information from the right into this image, at the same time do it from the bottom. But because there is no more image information to the right, if it tries to harden the information downwards, the image will kind of look it will look distorted. So without distorting information, background size cover, tries to resize while still retaining the aspect ratio of the original image itself. So one other thing we neglected to do was, we said this grid template areas card image. So we can just assign this grid template area card image. We can assign it to this guy, to this card image. So card image, if I say grid template area, grid area, sorry, not grid template area, grid area. So grid area is we want it to be card image. So we are assigning card image to this top area, and paste and save. So nothing happens per se, because by default has already assigned the image to this area. So that just works automatically. Yes. So, but it's good practice to do that. Okay, let's see what happens if I change this to card text. Let's see. And we save. Now we see what happened there. Now when we assign, although we call this class card image, this side is supposed to be for card image, but the grid area we assigned card text to the grid area. So card text fills up the space that card image was supposed to fill up. So that is the function of this grid template area. We give names to the rows, or 3 rows. You have row 1, row 2, row 3. You give names to it, and whatever class you assign that name to is going to put the element in that. So simply because we assigned card text to as the grid area for card image, instead it puts card text there, and then it puts image in the other way around. So let's take it back to, let's assign card. So it's a cool way of just arranging things sometimes. So card image and save. So our card image is back at the top, and our card text is back in the middle spot. Let's save. So I think we are done with the image itself. If you go back to our card, I don't know if there's anything else we can do to the card itself. Box shadow, yes, we've done that. We've added columns, background color. Okay, let's align the text. I don't like the text just being flushed to the left, so we can align all the text inside the card. That includes the card 1, this paragraph, and even the link itself. So you can say you can use text align center, and save. So it's aligned in the center, which is not too bad. So I guess our card is kind of done. I think we're done with our card. So the next thing we can do is probably just work a bit on the card text. Okay, our gallery is still not there. Now let's enable the red color back. We'll still remove it. It's ugly to just put the red color, but I like to have it there sometimes, just so we see how far or how wide, or look at the height of our gallery. So we've done the styling, CSS styling for our card, and we've done the same for the card image. And let's look at the card text. So card text is next. So let's see what styling can we do for our card text. If you scroll down here, enter dot card hyphen text, and let's style it. So for card text, of course, let's assign grid area to it. Grid area card text, card dash text, save. Of course, nothing seems to happen because the card text was already assigned here automatically, because card text came after the image. But in a case where it was not arranged already this way, we can use this grid area to rearrange what is in the grid. For example, instead of assigning card text here, if I assign card image here, let's see what happens. Save. Okay, if I assign card image here, you see that the card text end up falling collapsing into the card image, because the card image took up the space of the card text. So this grid area, assigning the grid area is quite important. So So card, I think card text, right? Card text. So it goes back to its original position, and let's leave it like that. So it's not compulsory that the name that you give your grid template areas must match the class name, but it's important that what you have here, the grid area name, must match what is in the grid template areas attribute or property. So card text, we assign to card text here. Then next should we give it a margin? Let's give it margin. For example, there are some words here that are flush to the side of the card. If we give it margin, like margin, so we can get some space, margin of 15 pixels, column save. So that way it's there's space between the paragraph itself and the edges of the card, so it's not just flush to the card, and that is okay. Although now it has kind of overlap with our purchase card, so the link is kind of the link and the paragraphs are coinciding. Let's see if we can quickly do the styling for the card button. I think this card button is the name of the class name. Save. Let's assign the grid area. The name of the grid area based on the template is card button. Like I said, it's not compulsory that is. I can say card button 2 here. What I have here should also match this grid area was card button 2. Although the class name is still card button, but if I put card button 2 here, it should work. Card hyphen button 2 and save. It should work that way. So card button 2 and card button still the same. Card button. Okay. So we still have this guy still overlapping with the image. The buttons are still overlapping with the paragraph, which is okay, and that's because the paragraph has so much information. The font size is pretty large, so we need to probably shrink it, or how we do that, or we come to the grid template rows and increase the width or the height of the row beyond 200 pixels and be 300 pixels. So with this now, there's now more space for the paragraph to sit in without interfering with the button or the link. But now our card is way too long. I don't like the card. It's just too long. Let's take about 200 pixels. So we find a way to deal with this overlapping, and we can do that by styling this paragraph itself. So this paragraph is inside the card text. So let's go back here. So dot card text. Dot card text is a class name for the div of the card section that contains the text. So inside that text, if you go back to our HTML, this is card text class. So inside this div with the class name card text, you have h4 and you have p. So we can style the h4 inside this class and can style the p taggers inside this class card text. So under card text, you can style the paragraph p. So whatever it is you put here will really affect this p, the paragraph that's under card text. It won't affect any other paragraph that is elsewhere apart from the one under the class name card text. So of course, the very first thing we need to do here is to change the font size. The font size is probably too large, that's why it's overlapping with the button. Save. Now it's with the reduced font size, our information is more compact now, and that looks better, and it's not overlapping with our button or our link here. So you can also change the color while we are at it. The color RGB, you can say 80, 80, 80, and save. So now it's not completely black, kind of in this gray area color. Okay, so I think that's all for our card text, the paragraph part of our card text. We can also style the h4 side, the h4 tag under our card text, dot card text, card text. We want to style the h4 that happens to be under it. I think the only thing we should probably just do is to change the color. We can leave. I think I like the font size already as it is, so we can use teal or aqua or dark slate gray. Well, let's use teal. Save. So this is teal, and yeah, I think that looks okay. Apart from the ugly red color in the background, which would still change or we'll remove later. So I think our card is coming out nicely. Next is we can change the link. We said we want the link to look like a button. This doesn't look like a button, it looks like a link. So we can, you know what, let's remove this red color at the background for now. It's kind of okay, that looks better now. So let's add our button. We are done with the card text area. We are done with the card image. This is the card image area, the card text area. Let's now work on the card button area. So card button, we've assigned grid area, card button, we've done that already. That looks okay. So the next thing is, let's give it a background color. Background color, where thou background color of dark cyan. Save. Okay, so you have a background color of dark cyan. I'm seeing that with the issue we had with the image has popped up here, with that this border at the bottom we are curved before, and now they are square again. So we can now define border bottom left radius for 10 pixels and save. So this left side is curved, although the bottom right is still square. So we can do the same for the bottom right and say border bottom right radius, and we can make it 10 pixels and save. So the bottom left and the bottom right are both curved now, along with the top and bottom. So that looks better. The next issue we have now is that our link itself, is it has a purple color, which doesn't go too well with this dark cyan color. So we can change the color of the link. We can change its color to a brighter color, maybe something like this weird color like Alice blue. It's off-white. It's not exactly white, but it's kind of like white, bluish white. Okay, so this looks better on dark cyan. And if we over on the Alice blue color, we cannot see that Alice blue is right here. This is pure white, so it is not exactly pure white. It is off-white, white that has been shifted a bit closer to the blue. This is pure blue, and this is pure white. So it's, let's go back to our color again. So it is off-white, white adjusted to right just a little bit. So Alice blue is close to pure white, gives the white a little tint of blue at the center there. That is okay. But of course, we said we want our link to look like a button. This is looking like a button a bit in a way, but this underline gives it away that it's a link, not a button. So let's get rid of that underline. And now underline is, of course, is a text decoration. So remove the text decoration. Text decoration none. Save. So now the underline is gone. So another issue we have with this our link that looks one that we want to look like a button is that it's flush to the very top. We like to align it, to the center here, bring it down to the center. Because there are two ways you can do. You can do the lazy way or the correct way or the more accurate way. So the lazy way is to just add padding top, because that's the lazy method. Padding top, maybe say 15 pixels and save. So that moved it downward to somewhere around the middle. So it might not be exactly be the middle, or it might be the exact middle, who knows, unless we kind of specify really fully, because the width of this is 50 pixels, right? The text itself has its own pixel height, So trying to just it looks like it's in the middle, but let's do the this is a lazy way of just adding padding top. Let's kind of get CSS to calculate the actual center by itself, actual calculation. So let's comment this out and see if it's back to the top, flush to the top. Now, like when we are working with grid and when we are working with flex, at the stage of this navigation top, we said that there are two properties we can use to center elements both vertically and horizontally, and one of them is called align items, center, save. So it's supposed to arrange this thing vertically. It's supposed to kind of center this, vertically. Automatically, it will calculate, where it feels is this exact center point of this link text to center to put it right at its very center, but it's not working. And that is because this link is not a grid or a flex box. So there's only for us to convert this to a grid, because of course we are not trying to divide this into rows or columns, but we can convert it to a flex box. And when you have flex box, it gives you freedom as regards how to move elements that are inside the box. So before this align center, if we say display flex, save, so see here that our align items worked. It moved this item to where it considers to be the center. The problem now is that it is not justified to the left. So like I stated earlier, that if you want to move something horizontally to the center, you use justify content. So align items, justify content center. Align items is for vertical align. Like if you want to move an object vertically, you use align items. If you want to move horizontally, you use justify content. And for both of them, neither of them will work if your display type is not flex or grid. So in this case, flex is better because we are not creating rows or column. So let's save, and it's at the very much at the center. So unlike just using padding top to estimate, justify content and align items would actually calculate to give us the real center. So let's remove the padding top, the lazy approach. Let's stick with this. So our card is basically almost ready, kind of. We have the full structure of the card fully ready. So our card is well and good. So the next thing we can do to our card is to maybe create more cards. This card it's okay. I don't think it's any other thing. Image, and so we can duplicate the cards. We can create a couple of other cards. Let's create another card. So in our gallery here, we had this card created. This div class, this div box with class card, was how we created our card. So if we copy the div from the top, from the opening tag of the div that we used to create the class, to the closing tag, and we paste it, so we have another card here. If I control save, I scroll down, we see that we have another card, an exact duplicate of what we have here. So without any extra styling, it just works because it has the same class name. And that is the cool thing about classes, in that when you create an element, I give it a particular class name. If you create another element elsewhere and give it the same class name, all the settings, all the CSS styling that you've done for this particular element would apply to this one, because they have the same class name. And like I said before in previous classes, that IDs by default, usually IDs, you can't use IDs. If I give this an ID of class, I can't give it the ID of class. I have to change it to maybe ID of class 1 or class 2, because some browsers just implement IDs as though you try to main classes. So, but it's good conversion to use classes when you are going to define the same class name multiple times in multiple different places. So our card, the second card, is exactly identical to card 1. No, that's not a good thing, because what's the point of having a second card if it's just exactly like card 1? So you can change the name here, the heading. Instead of card 1, you can make this one card 2 and save. So this is card 2, which is okay. So card 2, but another thing you can do to card 2, it has exactly the same image, which that might be what if you are going for that, it's okay, I guess. But instead of that, we can, change the image in card 2. So class card image. Now, if I say card image 2, I change the class to card image 2 and I save, because it's blank, because card image, the class card image 2 does not exist. So if we come to our CSS, card image, yeah. So let's come under here and create dot card image 2 and curly brackets. So let's scroll down again. Nothing is still happening. So normally we are supposed to copy all of this that is in card image, copy it and paste inside image card image 2. Then we then change the background image, which is okay. Is a good approach, but it's better to, instead of repeating the whole code, I can just change only card image, this background image. If I copy only background image and I paste it in card image 2, I can change just the background image alone of card image 2. So what background color should we give card image 2? Let me see. I think this, let's check it out. Okay, there's a image called wallpaper 4. Let's try wallpaper 4 and save. Let's scroll down and see how it's done. So we see here that it's kind of, it covers up the entire space, and the edges are square and not curved. So we will need to copy these settings, border radius, all these ones, copy them and paste them here. That is one way of doing it, and that could be cumbersome. And there's another way of doing it that will be less cumbersome, because if we copy all of this and paste it here, it's okay, it's going to work. But what if when we start creating other card images like card image 3, card image 4, we have to copy this over to all of them, duplicating it over and over again. So instead of doing this, something we can do, we can assign a, because the original card image contained all the original settings, and card image 2 just has the only property difference with card image 2 is that the background image has changed. The same attribute is defined in 2 places, here and here, but one is the new image, one is the old image. So if you come here, one cool thing about classes is that you can have multiple classes for the same element. So not just card image 2 alone, the original card image, the default card image, you always ensure that if you're going to use more than one class for this class name for the same class, you separate them with space. So card image is different with a different class name, then card image 2 is different. So we've defined card image 2. This is card image 2. This is card image. So whatever, it starts from card image, So when it sees this kind of, it sees that okay, it is to use 2 different classes. It will start from card image class. All the attributes that you've set for card image class, it stores it, it makes use of it. Then it checks card image 2. Is there any, you check if there's any new setting there, and there is kind of, this an updated version of background image. Background image in the default, as in .card image 1 is there, but in card image 2 is to take the background, this new background image, but it will leave for all the other settings that are not in card image 2. It goes to card image 1 to get them, like the border left, the border right, the background size, cover, and the grid area card image. So let's try this now. Come here, control save the HTML to control save, and let's go down. Voila. So we see here that the second card, all the settings for card 1 appears. So it for the card image rather, the card image class contains a couple of settings like the top and left border, like the image cover style. It contains that already. But card image 2 class, the second class, just contains the new background, such that we won't have to be using this default background. So this div can combine the 2 classes. You can combine as many classes as you want. So it will start from the first one, it will store all the settings that you put in the first one, then it goes to the second class that you give it, and if there's any attribute that you set differently in the new one compared to the old one, it takes the new one. But if there are none, it takes the old one, the default one. So that is about the card image. And so we've created a second class, card2, a separate image. We can also create a third class actually. If you copy the card2 and we paste it, if I scroll down, it's another card. That's because we are using card image 2 class, so it just duplicates that of card image 2. If I change the text to card 3, save, and I change this from card image 2 class to card image 3 and save, what happens? You see that the image, the background image here in the image side goes to the default. That is because card image 3 class does not exist yet. We've not created it yet. So since it doesn't exist, there's nothing to select here. So it goes back to card image 1 and applies all the default settings, which is this default settings. So if you want this image to change to something else, you have to define card image 3 such that when it sees background image here and here, it picks this one, because this one is the most recent one. So let's go there and do card image 2. We've done that already. Let's create card image 3. For card image 3, let's specify the kind of image you want. Wallpaper for card image 3. What wallpaper should we use? Let's use 6. Wallpaper 6 and save. So we see here that the wallpaper has changed for card 3. So card 2 is different from card 1, different from card 3. So the only thing we changed in the card 3 image is just the background image. Every other settings for this image side, this card image 3, every other setting can be found in the default one, which is the card image. And the reason why this is the default one is because we place it inside the class.
Okay, so
along
let's
with
complete our
the new
complete our card set by adding card
class
4
attributes
to the 3 cards that we've created already.
We have card image
So
by
to do that
default,
is pretty
and
easy.
card image 3.
Go back to
So
our
any new thing it
gallery.html
finds in card
file,
image 3, it applies
go
it.
to
If
our
not, it
third
applies
card,
all as in card
kind of
image,
copy
the original
its
card
HTML
image.
content, Ctrl C, copy, paste, Ctrl V, save. So another card has popped up just beneath the card 3, and of course it's an exact duplicate of card 3. So generally it's kind of make web development easy when you kind of, if you group, if there's some unique elements, some unique visual feature of your web page that you have that ends up replicating itself a couple of times. For example, if you have like a div box that contains news feed, maybe video, some images, and you have a couple of that repeating itself, it's kind of cool to just design it once and give it a class name, a particular class, and then you duplicate that class name, you duplicate that HTML files, div elements with its constituent elements, sub elements, and give it a single class name, and duplicate that multiple times. And then you edit, you change the copies, to have their unique features. Just the way we duplicate, all we are doing is we are just copying this, the div elements with class name card. You just copy and you duplicated it 4 times and just change 1 or 2 things about the copies. So it's instead of it's kind of cool but to kind of do this whole thing all over again from the scratch, trying to do the border left, border right, put image here, make this a grid, 1 column, 3 rows, doing from the scratch. It's kind of it might be stressful to to always have to do HTML from the scratch. So if there's something about, if there are some features, a web page that duplicates itself a couple of times, so it's kind of it's good practice to do it once, give it a class name, and then duplicate, make copies of that particular feature, that particular element, and just change 1 or 2 things about the copies. For example, if this drop down that we have here, if we give the drop down encapsulate it in a div or something, and then we'll give it a unique class name, we can kind of duplicate it, you copy and paste, duplicate it here, exactly the same HTML content you have here. Then when it gets there, we just change 1 or 2 features such that all the behavior we have here, we have exact same thing here with just some few adjustments. So if there are segments of your web page that contain features that appear in multiple places, it's a good thing to just style one very well, give it a class name, encapsulate it in a div or something, a div element or something, give it a class name, and then you duplicate it and change the copies a bit to suit the individual needs of the copies. So we can just tweak this card 3, change it to card 4. This becomes card 4. That is okay. The only other thing we need to tweak here is the image here. And like I said earlier, the class card image, it contains a couple of properties, couple of attributes, and we've set them. So, but the only attribute you want to change in the card image is the background image. So we can assign, like we said, you can assign 2 classes to the same element. So the first class will be like a base class, a default class that will contain some default settings, and then the second class will contain some unique features, extra settings. So only features that are, or properties that can be found both here and here. They are if you have something like background color, background image, if it's a feature that you define in card image and in card image 3, this one takes priority, because it comes later on after the card image. So, but we are not working with the card image 3 class because you've already made use of it before. So we create a new class called card image 4. We save, and of course this goes back to the default because card image 4 does not exist. So let's ensure that card image 4 exists by creating it. So we copy the content of the CSS content of card image 3, we paste it, we change it to card image 4, and we change the image. Instead of wallpaper 6, I think I have an image called wallpaper 7.jpg or jpg. Save, and of course the image changes. So we have 4 cards: card 4, card 3, card 2, and card 1. You see here that the classes that we use to change the background image, just one line. The card image contains all the other parts of all the other CSS features, CSS properties that needed to be defined for our card image section of our respective CSS cards. So we call them CSS cards because we did a lot of CSS styling on them. So we've not done too much CSS styling on these div boxes, but we'll do a couple of more CSS. We'll add a couple of more CSS features to them. So it'll be more of CSS even than HTML. Hence the common name CSS cards by some developers. So we have 4 cards here, all lined up vertically. So the next issue we have, we need to probably solve here, is the fact that no matter how you expand it, all the cards stay aligned or justified to the left, and it doesn't look too intuitive to have so much space and all your elements just lie on one side, the space to the right just being a waste. So what we really like to do is to probably put the cards side by side, put card 1 here, put card 2 here. But of course, since the card themselves by nature are made up from div elements, and div elements are block elements, which means that they like to stay on their own row. They don't want anyone to share the same row with them. And like we've done before when we were working with when we were designing the nav bar, and you can force 2 block elements to stay side by side whether they like it or not by creating a grid or encapsulating them in a grid. So all of these cards, they are inside a particular box called a div class called a div class with the class name, a div card with a div box with the class name gallery. So gallery is the parent of all the cards, is the one, is the container for all the cards. So if we make gallery a grid, the cards are not able to fall in place at the respective rows and column. So if we go to gallery and CSS here, okay, we set a background color before. Now we kind of commented it out. Let's reset it and say save. So we know how tall our gallery is. It goes from the very top of the first card to the very bottom of the 4th card. So the height of the containing div box is as determined by the height of all constant elements. So we want to kind of work with our parent gallery and make it into a grid such that you can have CSS cards side by side. So of course to do that, we kind of change here. We work with the display. Say display hyphen because we can as well do flex too. Okay, let's see what happens when we do flex. So there are occasions where flex would definitely not work and grid will be 100% better, and there are situations where flex is preferable to grid. So let's look at this because might not turn out well. Yeah. Now with flex just pack all whatever it is that is inside the box, the flex box. It places everything side by side horizontally. So we see here that all our cards, instead of them being vertical, now they are all horizontal. It's like you could have one or the other way. You either have it all all laid out vertically, or all laid out horizontally. But this is actually not too bad. If this is what you want, if this is you can go for something like this. You can just leave it as this. If this is this is what if you desire something like this, you just use flexbox. And let's remove the background color. Background color, let's take it out, save. So taking out our background color, if you stretch it, you see it kind of look nice, but this is not what we are going for today. We want to do 2 rows and 2 columns. So flex will just put everything in. If you can still use flex to do 2 rows and 2 columns. Probably you need to use two div boxes, one div box with 2 elements, another div box with another 2 elements. Then you place them one on top of the other, and it seems like a strenuous way to achieve this. So the easiest way, or the easier way, is to just use grid. Grid is perfect for things like this. Let's create a grid, display grid, change our display mode to display grid. Of course, we go back to just having one row, because although we defined display grid, we've not defined the number of rows, the number of columns, the width of the row, the width of the column, and things like that. So it's what we should probably do now. So the very first thing, let's get the width of our okay. Let's enable background color again, so we can see how wide our gallery is. Save. Of course, yeah, the ugly red color is back, and let's set the width of the gallery to 700 pixels. Save. So if you stretch this a bit, stretch this window a bit. Oh, sorry, I think I was stretching the VS Code instead. Click and stretch. You see that this is 700 pixels. The red box doesn't extend to cover the whole screen again, because that's a limited width now, which is 700 pixels. And so now let's start by creating our columns. So we want to create 2 columns. If you remember all we've done with grid so far, whenever I create a column, we use the property grid template column, enter. So since we want to create 2 grids, we're going to specify how many pixels we want the width of each pixel to be. So if you want the picture to be 300 pixels for column 1 rather, and then 300 pixels for column 2, and save. So that automatically means that there'll be 2 columns, each of 300 pixels in width. So let's remove the red color. It's not for ugly colors. So if you see here that the other 2, although we fixed 2 columns, and the nearest 2 cards fell in place into those 2 columns, the other 2 just find a way to enter into those 2 columns. So if we add a 5th element, it will appear directly under this one downwards. So it just keep on filling up like that. Although we didn't specify the row, since we specified the column, it will try and make sure that those rows are filled up before it starts filling up the bottom, cards to the bottom. So another issue we have now is that our cards, although it's better 2 side by side, it's better than having just one. So the next thing we need to do is to ensure that the cards are not just justified to the left, are justified to the center. And like I've definitely taught you before, one way to do that is by saying margin hyphen left where I could type margin left and set it to auto, and margin hyphen right, we'll set it to auto. Save. margin right, auto. So let's see if that will do anything. Okay, kind of a bit. Okay. Now I've noticed that the elements are, the div boxes are kind of it might not be easy to see, but they are skewed in one direction. They are tilted towards the edge of the div box. So to move this card within the column, like it's in a column as it is, so but it is tilted to one side of the column instead of being at the center of the column, so that you can align or justify, like I said before, justifies for horizontal alignment, something like that. Justify content, do it at the center and save. You see here that although we've limited this to 800 to 700 pixels, the individual cards were still resting on the edge of the web page. Now with the justify content you've done, the cards have moved to the center of whatever grid they find themselves. Now that we have the 4 cards well positioned, 2 cards on a row and 2 cards each on a column, it'll be good if these cards are interactive in a way such that when we hover on the cards kind of respond. Right now, if our mouse is over the card is just there. It's not reacting to the position or the fact that our mouse pointer is hovering on such cards. So it's a greater visual effect to kind of make it interactive. Most modern websites have elements that respond to the position of the cursor relative to such elements. So we can make our cards grow, like enlarge a bit in size whenever we hover our mouse on such a card. So if we go to the card, remember that they are all cards. All these cards have the common class of card. So it means that if we add an effect to card, it will affect all 4 cards. We won't have to define the animation effect for card 1, for card 2, for card 3. We just do it once because they all have the common class name of card, and that is one cool feature of classes. So the first card has the class name card, second card has the class name card. So whatever animation effect we had to the class name card affects all the cards. We do it once and it affects all of them. So it's one major reason why developers just tend to focus on using classes instead of IDs, because they know that when you create something with an element HTML element with class, you can duplicate it and still retain the class name. And when you style just one of that particular element, it affects all the copies. Whereas if you had used ID, depending on the browser, some browsers will still kind of make it work kind of, and some browsers just utterly fail when you try to use the same ID name in multiple elements. So it's just safer to use classes really. So let's go dot card. So we want to add a subclass to dot card, and that would have the over effect. So what happens when we over on our card? We want something to happen. Okay, let's curly brackets. So we want to define an effect for our cards, especially the over effect. When we over our mouse on it, or when we have a single click on using a touch device on our cards, we want it to, we want some effects, some kind of reactive responsive effect to occur. So let's animate. Let's create an animation effect. Animation. So like we've done before, when you create an animation effect, you give it an animation name. So should we just say card grow, or card, any name will work, as long as you are consistent with that name. Card grow. Okay, yeah. Card grow. Maybe the duration should maybe be for like 1 second, a 1 second duration, and save. Of course, nothing will happen if we hover, because we've not actually defined the keyframes of the animation. What would the animation do? What would the animation itself? What would it do? So we have to define this card grow. What is card grow? Card grow, or should we just use other? I don't know. I'm not too good with that card grow. Maybe animate card. The name you give it doesn't matter, as long as when you are defining your keyframes, as long as you use the same name. And so animate card, and so we'll define what our card will do. Our animate card, we want animate card, this animation to run for 1 second. So the keyframes help us. With the keyframes, we define what we want to happen within that 1 second. So as we've done a couple of times now with our animation, we define what happens at the 0% stage of our, or 0% frame of our animation period. So at the beginning of the animation, what do we want to happen? For now, nothing per se, but what happens at the end? That's at the 100% frame of our animation period. 100%. What do we want to happen? We want it to grow. We want it to scale up. So there is this under transform. We've used the transform property before. Transform, and when we use transform property with the translate x. That's to move an object in the x-axis direction, and we use transform translate y to move an object in a y-axis direction. So there are a couple of other attributes that the property transform possesses. So there are a couple of them: rotate, you can perspective, but the one we want to use now is called the scale. So the scale attribute for the transform property, the scale attribute as, or the scale value as it's a function that makes your whatever element, HTML element you're trying to animate, to grow by a certain percentage. For example, if I say scale up by 1.03, so this is 3%, yeah, 3% extra. So it grows a bit by 3%, and we save. So at the 0% mark, at the beginning of the animation, we want the transform. Scale. So we want the scale to be 1.0. So 1.0 is the original scale, like it won't grow. So at the beginning of the animation, it will be scale 1.0 is like 100%, like exactly as it is originally. And then at 100%, at the end of the animation, 1 second animation duration, it would have, the card would be 1.03, or 3% of its original, 3% extra on top of its original full size. So let's see if it will work as we over on our card. So we see here that it grows. It goes from its original position, and it grows. Same thing with all our cards. We hover on it, it grows and snaps back. So that is good. That that makes our page more interactive. But there's one undesirable feature that we're expressing here, and that is that after the animation plays to the very end, after the 1 second duration, it snaps back to 0. It's not back to 0. So 0% is transform scale 1.0. That's the original 1.0 scale 1.0 is the original size. So when it gets to the scale 1.03, it snaps back. It plays the animation for 1 second, snaps back to the original position, which is not too desirable. Okay, if we change the duration from 2 seconds to maybe 3 seconds, let's see. Watch this. It goes more slowly, but it still snaps back. So when we hover, it takes 3 seconds to grow, and then it snaps back. So that snapback, let's take about 1 second. That snapback, effect is not too desirable, but it's all about design choice. If you kind of like it that way, I guess one could leave it. But I personally don't, would not, I don't really like that. So it's something we can add to our animation here, the animation proper values, and that is 4 words. 4 words. Save. Now, what this value, what it does is that it tells the animation that when you get to 100%, remain for, don't go back. The reason why it's snapping back is that when it gets 100%, it snaps back to the 0% frame. The 0% frame is transform scale 1.0. At 100%, it is transform scale 1.03, like extra 3% on top of its normal 100% size. So instead of it to snap back to 0%, I tell him remain in the most forward, or the forward position. When you get 100%, don't go back to 0% again. So if we save and we hover, you see that it doesn't snap back. It remains in 100% position. That is scale 1.03. It remains there until we move away from it, and it goes back. Same thing here, it stays there until you move away from it and it snaps back. So that is better. So once we over on the card, the card kind of slowly grows. It grows slowly, and when we leave it, it grows. It snaps back. So it makes our cards responsive to our pointer, and that is cool. So it makes your page look modern to have features like this. Like you make multiple elements in your web page to respond to user click or user hover events.
So now that we have the cards aligned in rows and columns, so we need to talk next about the difference between the mobile first approach and the desktop first approach. Web developers, they have when they develop their web pages, at least for modern web developers, they develop their web pages to in a way that's optimized for either, or rather for both desktop view. Right? So when I mean desktop view, I mean when you're viewing on your PC screen like this, whereby the page is mostly always in full landscape on widescreen, or optimized for mobile device screen, especially in portrait mode, something like this. So if you're starting up, for example, thus far in this series, we've been kind of working with desktop first approach. That is, as we are developing our web page, we are viewing it on our browser here. The screen is relatively wide, kind of simulating what to look like on a wide screen. We didn't really take much account to what our page will look like if we put it on a small screen, like a mobile phone screen, especially in portrait mode. So what we've been doing is called desktop first approach. That is, developing a web page with main focus on how it will look like on a desktop screen, on a PC screen. Then later on, maybe you can now make some adjustments to the code to cater for mobile device screen view. So that is desktop first approach. Then the alternative is the mobile first approach. So some developers as they're developing their web page, they kind of make the screen that they are viewing their web page on as narrow as possible. For example, if we are doing mobile first approach, we would have made our screen as very small, you make the window as small as possible, as narrow as possible, something like this. So as we are developing the web page here, we'll kind of be viewing it here, and then we can change it to make us to change some elements. For example, if I was doing mobile first approach, I would not have put two cards side by side each other in this form, because the other cards is part of the other cards off screen. I'll have to kind of scroll to the right to see the other cards. So it can be kind of cumbersome on a mobile device with your thumb as you're scrolling downwards to not be scrolling right at the same time. So it's if you are doing mobile first approach, or it's either you make the card a lot smaller, or you put just one card on each column instead of making two cards per row. Sorry, one card on each row instead of making two cards per row. So whether you use mobile first approach, that is, you start up by developing your web page to look good on a mobile device, and then you then scale up, then you now make some changes. That what if the device you use is no longer mobile, is now PC? Then you now you kind of edit, change your code, change the web page to also look good on desktop view, while primarily it looks good on mobile. That's mobile first approach. But when doing desktop first approach, I just really focusing on what to look like on desktop screen. Then now catering on, so okay, we've not even catered for what it look like on the mobile screen. You've just been focused on desktop screen. So for the first time in this series, we're going to make our web page responsive to the size of the screen that is viewing it. So to do that in CSS, we use a property called media query. So we come to the bottom of our CSS code and write at media. So at media query, what it does is that it queries the device that is viewing your web page. Like it hacks the device that is viewing your web page. It asks it what its screen size is. So when you get the screen size, you can then make some changes to our CSS based on the screen size of the device that is viewing the web page. For example, if I set the property or the attribute maximum width to let's say 600 pixels, curly bracket open and close. So what this means is that if the device that is viewing my web page is if it's less than 600 pixels, that is, if its maximum width is no more than 600 pixels, then the code we're going to put in this media query, whatever CSS code we put here, will be executed. Or rather, not just executed, it will be added to the main CSS body. All what we've done so far now is the main CSS body. All the CSS code you have here is the body of the web page itself, the styling of the body of the web page itself. So it would either add this to what we've done already before, or ignore it based on what the size of the screen is. So if this screen size is below 600, then it will add whatever code that is here. It will add this code to all of this. It will be like a continuation of this. But if the width of the device is greater than 600 pixels, then it will be as though this doesn't exist. So let's just add a code to this. So before we add code to a CSS code to our media query section, what exactly do we want our page to look like if it's on a mobile device? So if the page is as narrow as this, of course, first and foremost, we would like to not have two cards lined up on a row. We would like to go back to having just one card per row, such that we won't have to be scrolling to the right to properly view these second cards that on each row. So for that reason, we will say you want to add, that is the grid, that's the gallery, right? Because the gallery is the one that determines the number of rows. So if you go back to our gallery class, now this is the culprit here, this guy, grid template columns. We created two columns, so this is the guy that enabled the two cards to be on one row. So if we edit this, then we can go back to having one card per row. But the problem is that if we edit it here, it's going to affect the main CSS code, such that whether on desktop or on mobile, it will just be one row, one card per row. So of course we still want it to retain the 2 cards per row when you are viewing it on a wide screen, just that on a narrow screen we want it to turn to 1. So what that means is that we are going to create another version of gallery here. So we come down to media query and we dot gallery curly brackets. So the original dot gallery styling, CSS styling, it still exists, it's still valid, but we want to add a feature to it such that all that we have here originally in the dot gallery will still hold. The CSS will still, it will ignore the details, all of this will still hold, but would then make it updates, like we're going to update some. So the only thing we want to update here is the grid template columns. So if I copy this grid template columns, copy it and paste here. So the original grid template columns will still hold, but whenever the maximum width is less than, or whenever the width of the device is less than 600 pixels, we want this grid template to change. Instead of having 2 columns of 300 pixels each, we remove the second 300 pixels and we have just 1 column of 300 pixels. So if I enlarge this one a bit more and I save, so I've saved. Let's see what happens when I shrink the page below 600 pixels. So I'm going, the width is reducing, and that's it. So this is just around the 600 pixel mark. It has, the second. Now initially at this, if you go back here, let's come back to 2 cards per row. So at this point, the width of the window, of the browser window, is greater than 600 pixels. So the original gallery here, the original dot gallery CSS class definition here, everything here holds, everything here is correct. It executes all of these 2 columns. But the moment the width is less than 600 pixels, all of this will still hold. Everything here will still hold except this, except grid template columns. So the grid is still display type. The overall width is still 700 pixels, even though it's just one card per row, but the width is 700 pixels. The margin left is still, see that the margin left is there, margin right is there, and justify is still center. So this is the only thing that's changing, because we defined another version, we updated it. We've updated the grid template columns from 2 columns, we updated it to a single columns. So only the update holds. Every other thing in the default .gallery class would still hold. So it's a cool thing to. So if I make the screen really narrow, it still remains as a single column instead of 2 columns. So another thing we could do, instead of tracking the maximum width, for example, if you come here, this is maximum width you are tracking here. Instead of tracking the maximum width, we could also track the orientation in the media query. So for example, instead of maximum width, if I cut this out and I say orientation, if I can spell that correctly, orientation, if I say, okay, let's look at portrait, orientation portrait, and save orientation portrait. So in this case, it tracks whether your viewing device is in portrait. Now here it's already in portrait mode. You consider this portrait mode, landscape mode, portrait mode, landscape mode, portrait mode. So here we might be tracking whether the device is in landscape or portrait mode. So portrait mode, in portrait mode, is comparing the height to the width, the ratio of the height to the width of the page. So in portrait mode, the height is relatively significant compared to the width, but in landscape mode, the width is significantly large compared to the height, or at least they are relatively close. So this is portrait mode and landscape mode, portrait and landscape mode. So another thing you can do is to kind of compare the two. you can kind of say, okay, if the orientation is portrait, or you kind of compare. Let's paste the max width media query we had before, put it in brackets. So if the maximum width is 600 pixels, if the maximum width is 600 pixels, that is, if the width of the device doesn't surpass 600 pixels, or the orientation is portrait, then make the number of grids just one instead of two grids. So what that means is that if you can kind of combine it. So there are some devices that will be in landscape mode, but the width of the screen will still be less than 600 pixels. So for such devices, it will still be one column, even though they are no longer in portrait mode and they are in landscape mode, because this condition will still be true, because the width of such devices, such mobile devices, is less than 600 pixels. It will still be one column, even though they're technically no longer in portrait orientation, they are in landscape. Because the width of a device is less than 600 pixels, it will still hold. So for example, if I shift this, if I change this to 800 pixels and I save, this is a single column, and we are still in, I think this is still portrait. Now we are in landscape. I think this is landscape. We're in landscape, but it is still single column, because although this is no longer true, this maximum width part is still true. That is, the device is not yet above 600 pixels, so it will still be true for a long time. This is, well, all of this is still landscape, but 800 pixels around here. Now at this point, both this guy and this guy are no longer true. This is not true. This is not true. Then this no longer holds. So as long as this is true, or this comma serves as or this is true, the gallery will have a single column of 300 pixels instead of having two columns of 300 pixels each. So you can take this down back to 600 pixels and save, such that if you go down, either you are in portrait mode or the width is 600 pixels, it will move down to a single column. So one cool thing about the media query and making your web page responsive to screen size is that it's not just one class you can change. It's not just the .gallery class we can update. You can update basically any class here. So let's try updating a couple of classes, in CSS. For example, the .card button class, everything here is correct. Everything here will hold, but we can update just maybe one or two features about the .card button when it's in portrait, when you feel it's in portrait mode. So let's see if we can update a couple of features about it. So if let's look at let's see what feature can we, or what property do we feel we can update any one of them. But let's update the background color. Let's update it. So every other thing about the card button, we are still going to leave it intact. We just update the card color, the button background color to another color. So first and foremost, of course, we're going to select the same card button again, create another copy of .card button class, .card button, curly brackets. So we won't tamper with all the other properties, because we still want them to hold. So we will leave all the them as they are, apart from the background color. So just the background color we want to update. So we want to change it to maybe dark, from dark cyan to crimson, and save. So it has changed now to this is crimson, and that's because we are in we're not in portrait mode, but the width is less than 600 pixels. So this is landscape and maximum width of above 600 pixels. See that two things are changing. The gallery number of columns is changing. The card button background color is also changing. So on a mobile device, this is what you see. On desktop, this is what you see. So it looks as if you are viewing two different web pages. It's still the same web page, just that its responsiveness, the way it responds to the screen size, to device viewing it, differs. So on a mobile phone, it looks like this. On a desktop, it looks like this. Even on a mobile phone, it can still look like this on a mobile device. That is, if you are in landscape, if your orientation is not portrait, if it's in landscape, if you turn your mobile device to its sides and you are viewing, you enable rotation, and you are viewing the device in landscape mode, and the maximum width of your device is above 600 pixels, it's going to view this in desktop mode even though you're on an Android device. So it's only when you are in portrait mode on Android device or a mobile device that is when you're going to see this. So we can turn this the maximum width maybe 500 pixels instead of 600 pixels, such that we okay. I think the portrait guys is the one. I think it's portraits a lot earlier before we get to the 500 pixel mark. So we can you can leave it this way. Let's take about 600 pixels, I guess. So we change the card button to, we can change so many other things. For example, you can also make things appear and disappear. For example, this is nav links. If you scroll up, nav links class should be somewhere here. If you go up, nav links, we've done quite a lot. Okay, yeah. So we have nav links here. Now, nav links, we already gave it a height, if I'm right. Now we can make nav links disappear in portrait mode. It's pretty common for web pages, so that when the device that is viewing their web page is a mobile device, it's common for modern web pages to make the top of the navigation area of their web pages to have less links, a less number of links. So they make all their links disappear and they replace it with a button. So when you click on that button here, then all the links that used to be here will then appear in a kind of in a vertical window, something like this. So if let's go back to landscape desktop mode. If we can come here and update, let's update our nav links nav links curly brackets. So if I want it to disappear, I want the links to disappear when I'm in portrait mode. So I can say display. Of course, we now do that display none, and save. So if we kind of shrink, boom, the links are gone. In fact, they're just gone. It's not as if they are transparent, they're just gone. If you click around there, nothing happens. So we can as well, we can now put an icon. You can put an icon here, a logo or a button. We can put a button here, such that we can make the button appear here in the main CSS code. Like here, we can give the button display none, so the button will not display here. Like for example, if I come in now, see that when we go back to the landscape mode, the links reappear because this no longer holds. Whenever this is not true and this is not true, it will just be as though all of this doesn't exist. So this nav links or display none, is basically deleted. It's not part of it. Seems like it's not part of the code again. So this display none no longer holds. It only holds when this is true or this is true. So what we can do, a lot of modern web developers, what they do is that in the main CSS code here, like in this main CSS, before the media query, they had a button or the icon somewhere around here, but they give it a display none, so it will be visible. It won't appear. It will be there, kind of. It will be there, but it will be there in the HTML code. They had it in the HTML code. So maybe after contact us, after this contact us part link, of this HTML code, they had a button there, and such that in the main CSS code, that button has a display none. But in the media query, once these conditions are fulfilled, then they now give the logo here or the button here, they give it a display block, such that as you are scrolling down, or as the screen size is reducing and the links disappear, the logo will appear in its place. So the logo will appear in its place while the links disappear. So the logo or the button takes the place of all those. So instead of having so many links in a narrow page or narrow device, they just replace it with just one button. So later on we are going to look at the web page that makes use of this approach I'm speaking about. So you can see here that we can make our web page kind of look different on the kind of device that's based on the kind of device that's viewing the page, and is what most modern web pages do. So we're going to look at examples of that later, so that you can change it to from. So I think we should just kind of then we can probably also change now the nav links display none. You can leave it this way actually, or we can let's take away this nav links display none, save. So we still want our nav links to appear even in portrait mode. So let's leave it at that. Then another thing, we can the card button. Let's remove the card button color. I still kind of like the dark cyan color even in portrait mode. So for now, obviously the only thing that happens in our portrait mode is that the number of columns becomes one instead of two. So let's leave it at that. I just wanted to show that you can do basically anything. You can change basically anything in your CSS code, based on the media query or based on this size of the screen that is viewing your web page. So it's important that our web pages are responsive this way. So the next thing we're going to do now is to go into animations. So we've been doing animations here with small transitions like this. So we want to do proper animation, proper 2D animation, like character animation. That's what we do next. So we'll probably need to check internet access for to help us with this, and we're going to use something called sprite image or sprite images. So there are a couple of ways developers do 2D animations, but one of the most popular way is to use what is called sprite images. Of course, not the sprites of drink, sprite image or sprite images. So if you Google, you see so many examples of sprite images. Let's click on images to give us a lot of options. So if we expand our screen a bit, we'll see a couple of sprite images. So if we look at this, for example, what is sprite images is actually just it's a single image that contains multiple frames of the same character. So you see here that this is one frame of this character, this is another frame of the same character, another frame of the same character. So if we kind of play through these frames, all of these frames, we kind of get like as an animator, a feature that looks like as though the character is kind of moving, it's kind of running. But what we are just simply doing is we're just moving to multiple frames of this same image. So there are many options here. It's not just a human character. It could be anything. See, we have a cloud here. Cloud here has many faces, many frames. I think we have another option here. There's so many. So video games, 2D video games, we are made this way. And if you look at this, it's so tiny. Let's look at another option. We have this character here, running. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames in a single sprite image. The earlier one here we had was also 6 frames. So sometimes you can more than 6 frames, so it's not compulsory. It has to be exactly 6 frames. So there's so many options. Internet connection is pretty slow. You would have seen some other options. You will see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames of showing a balloon popping. So if we refresh this and hope that we get more image displayed, more sprite images displayed. We see here we have a sprite image of a cheetah running. It's frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4. So if you look through these frames, we have this kind of simulated effect of the cheetah running. So although we have 2 rows, you can kind of crop the image. You can crop this image here and just work with just the top alone, or work with just the bottom, or you can kind of combine the two. So there's so many. This is another sprite image. of character walking from left to right. And we have 2 rows here of sprite, so you can crop it here and kind of just use only the bottom or only the top, or you can actually, there's a way you can combine it too, but we won't focus on combining it today. We just kind of work on one. So this is like a video game character with so many motions, shooting, crouching, standing, bending, pointing the gun in multiple different directions, falling. So here that video game developers, especially 2D video game developers, they kind of put all the actions they want for their 2D character to have, all the visual actions in one single image, and they cycle through the various frames of the same image based on what is happening. For example, if you punch the character, it will execute a couple of these frames, the falling parts. And if you want to shoot a opposing character, you kind of use a couple of these frames with depending on the position of the opposing character, these frames where this character points gun elsewhere. So it's game developers really use this sprite sheets for 2D animation, and we're going to do something a bit similar to that. You can download any one of these. So, but I think I'd already downloaded one. I think I chose one of these. Which one did I choose? I think I chose one with the girl running, because we can also use this one too, I guess. I think I already have one. So let's, if I check my folder of images, okay, yeah, I think this is the one right here. So if we open up this image, let's go back to our gallery.html, scroll down. So if I open up this image, see here that this is sprite image. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 frames. That is 6 characters, the same character in 6 different poses, in one sprite image. So we can call that 6 frames. So let's try and animate this character based on this sprite image. So to do that, let's put it at the bottom of our HTML page. So if you go back to our gallery.html, if you go right to the very bottom of our page, so you click here, you kind of see that we are, if you're an VS Code, you kind of get a picture of an idea of where you are. So we are in the div.gallery class, class, or rather the div box with the gallery class. Here we are in the div box.card, and here we are div.card. Under div.card, you are in div.card field. So outside the gallery, we want to be outside the gallery. So we have the div box that has the class name of gallery. So just outside the gallery, we want to create our animation. So of course, we want our animation to be inside a box. So we create a div box, angle bracket, div, close angle bracket, enter. So we give it a class name. We can give it a class name of whatever it is we want. Let's give it a class name of anime box, animation box. You can call it anything, but let's call it animation box. So it's like a box where we want to create an animation in. We want to create an animation inside this box. So when we go to our CSS, we will style our anime box in our CSS. So before the media query, let's style our anime box dot anime box, curly brackets, open and close, and save. The very first thing we want to do now is to import our image into the, because if you scroll down, nothing is showing. We can't see our anime box because this div box the height is 0, so we can't see anything. So let's import our image into the div box, into the anime box. So background image, it's URL, double quotes, and let's navigate to where our images are. So yeah, if you click on the Explorer, we kind of see that we are installed 2.css, and images is exactly the same folder, so we can just access images straight away without having to navigate backwards. go images slash / I think I have a working girl sprite image. That's what I saved it as, and save. So of course it still doesn't pop up, still doesn't show. The reason is because the image does not have a height, rather the anime box div element does not have a height, so we have to give it a height. So if I give it a height of 300 pixels and save, scroll down, now we can see, oof, so we can see our character, but it has duplicated this so many times, because if you look at the original sprite image, it's just a single row, so it's kind of it duplicated it, the whole thing. This is one version, it duplicated so many times, so it means that we need to constrain the height. So if I go to the image, I hover on it, see that the dimension is 511 pixels by 91 pixels. So 91 pixels is the height, 551 is the width. So let's look at the height. So we should make the height, constrain the height to 91 pixels so it doesn't start duplicating itself. So if the height is too much, it will start duplicating itself vertically. So let's go 91 pixels, 91 pixels, save. Scroll down. So we see that the height is just perfect. It's not duplicating itself vertically. So we have the height all sorted out. So we can probably give it a bit of a margin. For example, if this card grows, it's almost growing into the image, the anime box at the bottom. So if you can give it margin here, margin top, maybe 60 pixels, and save. So such that we have enough space now between the cards and the box, the anime box on the bottom. Okay, that's good. So another thing we can do now is to constrain the width. See that it's showing all the characters, all the frames in the sprite image, and even duplicating it, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This 7th character here is the same thing as this one here, so it's duplicating it horizontally. It's duplicating, so the width is way too much, so we have to constrain the width to another value. So because before we do that, now at this point you will need a calculator. Let's pop up a calculator. Now that has to be the case whenever you are working with sprite images, you tend to need a calculator. So let's bring out our calculator. We need to do a bit of calculation. I wonder, like, we are doing web design, not maths. So, but when you get to animations, sometimes usually you tend to kind of do a couple of calculations. So the calculation I want to do is very basic, so don't worry, don't get scared. Now the width is 551 pixels. So if the width of the whole image, sprite image, is 551 pixels, and we have 6 characters in it, we can kind of break that 551 pixels into 6, such that we can demarcate and say, okay, I want to select this one, I want to select, so we want to be able to select each character, each pose of the same character. There are 6 poses of the same character. We want to be able to select each pose or each frame. So we want to be able to select each frame. So there are 6 frames here, and the whole image is 551 pixels. So we say 551 pixels divided by 6 characters equal to, so that 91.8 pixels per character or per pose or per frame. So 91.8 is approximately 92, because you don't have 91.8 pixels. Pixel is 1, you can have 1 pixel, 2 pixels. So pixels are whole numbers, so we can't use 91.8. You have to use the nearest whole number, round up to 92. So 92 pixels for each frame for each character. So we constrain the width to 92 pixels and save. So we see here that just the first character is showing. Only the first character is showing, which is what we want. So now we can now start animating. So because the animation property comes to play, animation. So the animation property, now we need, of course, as usual, we need to give our animation a name. So what's the name of our animation? We can call it working girl or guy. Okay, let's use girl. This is a girl. Working girl. And for how long do you want the animation to play? Let's say 1 second. duration, and we can, yeah, save. So of course the next thing is for us to define what would working girl do, because if you come here nothing is happening, the girl is not actually working. So that's because you've not defined the animation, what working girl should do. So because remember we use at keyframes for that, for animations at keyframes, then we define the name of the animation, working girl, and curly brackets. So for our working girl, as we do for almost all animations in our keyframes, we define what happens at 0% position, what at 0% frame of the animation, and what happens at the 100%. And you can do intermediate one, you can do 50%, what happens at 50%, what happens at 3%, what happens at, let's just do 0%. So at 0%, at the beginning of our animation, what do we want to happen to this guy there? So what we want to do is we want to shift the background position. So if I say background position, background position, we want to shift the background position, but for now let's first make it at 0 pixel. That's the default background position. There's no need for us to have saved there. So at the next frame, at maybe at 100%, at 100% position, 100% of the frame, we want the background position, we want it to be at let's say 92 pixels, and save. So if we come down here, it seems like nothing's happening, and that is because the animation played so quickly. It's 1 second. If I refresh the page again, let me save. Yeah, save. I didn't ask you to save here. Cancel. If I refresh the page, come here and I save, the page is refreshed. Before I scroll down, 1 second has passed, so we don't actually see something happen here. So let's make our animation longer. Let's say 5 seconds, so we can actually see what happens. Save, refresh, scroll down. Hope we saw what happened there. Okay, so of course instead of having to scroll up or down, we can just we can add a count. How many times do we want animation to repeat? So if I put 3 times, the numbers after your 5 seconds, you can put the number of times you want it to repeat, the animation to repeat. So 3 times. So the first time, and then the second time, and then the third time, and it stops. So instead of 3 times, you see that the animation has stopped. It's no longer. So instead of those 3 times, you can just put infinite. So let it just be running back and forth every time, and we can reduce this time back to 1 second, and you save. So kind of, so let's open our frame and see what happens. And this is the first. Okay, so that's pretty fast. Let's make it 3 seconds, so you can see what is exactly happening. Let's save. Go back. So this is frame 1. Okay, this frame 1. No, this is not frame 1. Frame 1. This is frame 1. This, and so it's switching between frame 1 and frame 6. Frame 1, frame 6, frame 1, frame 6, frame 1, frame 6. This is frame 1 and this is frame 6. So it's cycling from here back to here, here to here, here to here. So what if we want to go from frame 1 to frame 2? Frame 1 to frame 2. In that case, we have to change the direction. Instead of positive 92 pixels, we go negative 92 pixels and save. Scroll down. Now we see here that it's going from frame 1 to frame 2, frame 1 to frame 2, frame 1, frame 2, frame 1, frame 2. So we are sliding from frame 1 to frame 2. So we can slide from frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. Let's add frame 3 to the frame and to the number of frames that are being transitioned in. So we will keep this guy at, instead of 100%, let's put it at 50%. So midway point it goes here, and then 100% we give it another 100% background position. So instead of 92 pixels, after 92 pixels, what's the next? We add another 92 pixels in front of it again. So that's why we said we need calculator. I think that should give us 184, but let's just for the sake of it. So 92 pixels plus another 92 pixels, that's 184 pixels. So we go minus 184 pixels. But now the question is, why are we adding 92 pixels? That's because the width of the anime box is 92 pixels. So we are talking about multiples of 92 pixels. So let's save. Let's come in. So we have 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, sorry, it's still 1 and 2 because I didn't put px at the end of the 98 pixel. Save. Let's go back. So let's see. 3. So go 1, 2, 3. Go 1, 2, and 3. So 1, 2, 3, 2, frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. If you look at it very well, go frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. This is frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. So we are able to kind of slide our various frames into focus. We slide them in, slide the characters in, we keep them in for a while, and then they are off the screen. So if we keep on adding 92, 92, 92 pixels, of course negative 92 pixels, we can, if you add it in 6 places, like at 0%, maybe at 25%, at 50, at 75%, and maybe 80% and 100%, like in 6 places, we can actually slide in all 6 frames, all 6 characters, So, but if we look at this, we are not actually, it doesn't really look like we are animating. That is because we see this, the image is sliding in. The fact that the image is sliding in, we can see the image sliding in, and we can see the image also sliding out. It's sliding in and out. So that sliding in and out effect, that transitioning effect, it's not really making the animation effects apparent. Since you can see it slide in, it's kind of it defeats the whole point of animation. It's just like as if you are scrolling to the left and scrolling to the right. So it doesn't really look like animation yet. So it prevents this sliding in. We want the characters to come in, but we don't want to see them coming. We just want to see them when they're in focus. We don't want to see them come in or go out. We want to see the characters just appear, in focus without seeing that sliding effect or that slide out effect. So to do that, we use a function called steps. So just before our infinite, or maybe after our infinite, it doesn't matter where you put it. There's a function called steps. We put these steps inside our animation steps plural, and so the function or the property, not the property rather, the attribute or the value is a function actually called steps. So steps breaks up steps. Steps stop your image from transitioning in. It makes it to appear to come into focus without sliding in. So these steps actually, you can say, okay, how many steps do we want? It helps to break up your image into the required number of characters. So for example, if I say steps 6, that is 6 steps. So I want to break this guy into 6 because we have 6 characters here. So step 6. So if that's the case, we don't need there's no need for us to define each subframe. All we need is just to go from 0 to the maximum. So the maximum here is 551. If you go back here, it's 551. That's in the image width is 551. So from 0 pixels to 551. Remember that we're using negative 551 because you want it to go forward, not backward. If you use positive, it will be the other direction. So from 0 to 551, these steps will break the whole image into 6 frames, and then they won't slide in. They will just appear instead of sliding, transition in and transitioning out. So you've saved it already. Now let's see what happens. Can we see that this looks more like animation? Because the images are not sliding in. The frames are not sliding. They're just appearing. They are appearing in focus without having to slide in or slide out. So these steps, it stops that transitioning effect. So it brings each frame into focus without sliding them in. So it steps them into focus. Let's change the duration to 10 seconds so we can see it a lot slowly. So step, 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 step. So it steps all the 6 characters into focus. So let's kind of track it and see what is going on. So this, I think this is where we are. Frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, frame 5, frame 6, go back to frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, frame 5, frame 6, back to frame 1. So it kind of, instead of transitioning them in, it just steps them into focus. So the duration of your animation will determine how fast or how quickly the animation will run. So let's go back to 1 second. You see that the character will run relatively quickly. We can take it down again to 0.5 seconds and save. So the character is running pretty at a faster pace compared to before. Let's take it to 0.4 and save. Let's go down. See that it's slightly faster now. So see, our character is running. So before that our character is running, it's actually running. What is just happening is that the CSS is stepping all the frames. It's stepping all the frames one after the other, stepping them one after the other with a particular duration, just 0.4 seconds. The whole stepping process is happening in 0.4. So 0.4 seconds is cramming. It is compressing or cramming 6 frames into 0.4 seconds. Interchange is displaying them one after the other in 6 seconds. So it makes it look as though the character is running, and that is how 2D animations work. So of course we can leave it as this. It's okay like this. At the same time, we can also make this character actually move. See that she's just running on a single spot, so we can make her move by adding another animation to it. So let's go to our animation. So you can actually make 2 animations run side by side. So let's add another animation. You put comma, space. So you want to add another animation such that while the girl she's walking or running, in this case, we can make her move forward. So we can call the animation something. So this animation has a name. Our second animation can also have, it must have a name. So we can call it move forward. Like I said earlier, we can call the animation name anything. You can call it run forward, but let's say move forward. So this duration is 0.4 seconds. We can make this duration a lot longer, 4 seconds. Now, instead of steps, this one was working in steps. We use the value called linear because we want it to move linear. Linear is either horizontal or vertical, or just basically in a straight line. So we want her to move forward in a straight line. So we use linear instead of steps. And then we say infinite because we want the animation to loop over and over again. We want it to loop over, and we save. Of course, nothing is going to happen. She will just be running on a single spot. This move forward will not we won't do anything because we've not yet defined move forward. So let's come here and define the keyframes for move forward. Enter. So at keyframes. So let's define what move forward will do. Move forward. If I can spell forward. Move forward. Curly bracket. Save. So for our move forward animation, we define what happens at 0% position. So at 0% frame, let's go back to here, down here. At 0% frame, we want to do transform. You've used transform a couple of times. In fact, just now we did transform scale, and earlier we had done transform translate X. That is to move in the X direction. We had done transform translate Y. In this case, we go back to transform translate X because we want that to move in the horizontal direction, in the X-axis direction. So transform translate X. And now in transform, what direction do you want that to move in? So if we say 0%, translate 0%, that's the original position, 0%, and then at the 100% mark and the 100% frame, curly brackets, we go transform translate X, and let's say 200%. So 200% position. So 200% of our original width, that's the distance in the x-axis, positive x-axis direction. So at the beginning of the animation, she'll be at the 0% position. Then at 100% of the animation period, she'll be at the 200% position. Let's save and see if it works. So we see here that she's actually moving forward, moving forward, starting over again. So see here, I started from the 0 position. This is the 400%. So 400% of our width. Our width is 92 pixels. So 400% of 92 pixels is it stops just right here. So start at 0 and stops at 400%. So we can change it. Instead of 0, we can say okay. We can say minus 100% minus. So we want that to move from outside the screen, which is she's moving from this 0 position. We can make her move from outside the screen. So minus 100%. Save. So she's coming from outside the screen and she'll stop at the 400. So from outside the screen she will come, and then at the 400% position she would kind of the animation will start again from minus 100%. So instead of 200%, we can make her run all the way to the very end. Let's say 1,500 percent and save. So see here that she's running far a lot quicker and quicker and right to the very end. Now it seems as though she's running faster. We've not changed the duration. We've not changed it. It's still 4 seconds. The difference is that she has to cover. You're asking her to cover a longer distance in 4 seconds. You're asking the character to move from minus 100 to 1,500% in just 4 seconds. So she has to run a lot quicker to cover that distance. Before, when you give her 200% instead of 1,500%, that's a short distance, and you're asking her to cover it in the same 4 seconds. So if she's covering the short distance in 200% duration, she doesn't need to move too quickly. 4 seconds is a long time for that short distance. But if you give her a long distance for the same 4 seconds, she has to run a lot faster. That is why it seems as though she's running faster now than she was earlier. So that's how 2D animations work using sprite images. Let's really try a second animation. Let's try a second animation, and so it don't look as though we're just using one fixed example. Let's really use another example and see what that would do for us. So we can use this is working sprite girl 2. Let's just what this working sprite girl 2, and let's see what that looks like. So if I change the background image to working sprite girl, I think I have an image called working sprite girl 2.png, and save, because it's going to be all over the place. It's weird. So what that means is that whatever settings we have here, it has to match the size of the sprite image. So that this image is all over the place because the sizes are different. So it messes up the whole animation process. So first of all, let's disable this move forward. If I change it to move forward 2, move forward 2 is not the same thing as this move forward. So this will no longer work. So let me save. So it will not move forward, it's just be on one single spot. So move forward is no longer working now. You see that it's just on a single spot, but it's just all over the place. So let's go to our second image. Move. So this is working sprite girl 2. Let's look at the height. The height is 512 is the width. The height is 151 pixels. So let's change the height from 91 to 151 pixels here. 151 pixels and save. So we see here that the height is okay. Let's stop this working girl. Let's put 2 here. Save. So it's annoying to be seen. So see that the height of the image is okay now. That's because before we used 91. Let's go back to 91. Let's see what was 91 and save. So it cuts off the image because the image is a lot taller. The height of the image is greater than 91 pixels. So we have to use the exact height of the image, 151. Save. So the whole image is in view now, but the width is all over. The width is not correct. So let's go back here and say what is the overall width. So the width is 512 pixels. That's the width of the whole image, and we have 3 characters or 3 frames. So we divide 512 by 3. So 512, which is the width of the whole sprite image, divided by 3 characters. Before we use 6 characters because that sprite image adds 6 characters. This one has 3, so divided by 3, and then so you have 170.67. So approximately 171 pixels wide. So 171 pixels wide. The width here is 171 pixels wide. You save. You see that the whole image is now in view, which is okay. It's correct. It's nice. Now in the working girl, because we're moving from position 0 to the maximum position is not 551 because the image itself is not even 551. The width is 512, not 551. So if you use 551, it's not going to work. But let's see. Let's try that. Let's enable the animation, the working animation. Remove the 2 and save. See that we're going to have issues.
So that's because the calculations are wrong. First and foremost, it's not 6 steps. It's trying to divide this image into 6 frames, whereas there's just 3 frames here. So it's not going to work. It's going to just cut the girl, cut her. If you want to divide it into 6 now, you have to cut her into half. That's why we're seeing so many. You cut her into half, whereas it's just 3 of us. So you have to be exact. It has to be 3 steps, such that we don't cut the character in half. So let's 3 steps. 3 steps. Save. Scroll down. So see that it's not too bad. We are getting somewhere, but the calculation is still off a bit because the width of the whole image is 512, not 551. So we change it to 512, which is the width of the image, and let's save. You see here that we have us spinning a teddy bear like nunchucks. So this is basically, we have the animation down. We can make it faster or slower. You can change it from 0.4 seconds, maybe 0.8. It's be a lot slower now. So this is why it's still kind of it's kind of the animation is not smooth because the number of frames is small. We have just 3 frames here. If we had 6 frames of this girl with this animation or whatever it is she's trying to do, if you have 6 frames, the animation will be a lot smoother. So the higher the number of frames, the smoother the animation will be. For example, if there is another frame of her spinning this teddy bear, the teddy bear not being here, maybe teddy bear somewhere around here, another frame of the teddy bear being maybe somewhere around here, another one of the teddy bear being somewhere around here. So it's kind of it's smoother when you're transitioning from 6 amongst 6 frames, unlike just 3 frames. So it's kind of it's jerky because it's just 3 frames. So the higher the number of frames, the smoother the animation. So let's go back to 0.4 and save. So that's slightly better. Then we can now activate the move forward. No, we disabled the move forward before. Let's activate the move forward and let's see. You see here that she's spinning the nunchucks while moving forward. Although she's not actually, the character is not running. The character is on a single spot, so it's kind of weird. Let's reduce it. Let's make the timing a lot longer. Let's say 10 seconds and save. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. It's going to come back into freeze. She's going fine to the screen and let her come back. So see that she's moving forward. Although she's not, the character itself is not moving. We are making the character move forward. So that's okay. So we can go. Let's go back to 4 seconds, and let's go back to our original working girl sprite. So you can use any sprite image of your choice. Original working girl sprite. Because the original working girl sprite is going to be all over the place. That's because the calculations are all wrong. So let's go back to 91 pixels here and 92 pixels. Our original setting. Steps, 6 steps because you have 6 characters in this particular image. And instead of 512 to 551 because that's the width of the whole sprite image, and we save. And because we have our running girl back to focus. Now before we move on to the next thing, I just want to show us there are some sprite images that are not well done. For example, when I tried, because of time I will not use another sprite image, but there's a sprite image that like this one. This is the first sprite image I tried to use. Now if you try to use this sprite image, if you download it and you try it, even with your calculations right, the sprite image just did not work. The reason was because it was not well spaced. For example, these 2 characters are too close. This character is too close to this character. So at the end of the day, when you divide it, the leg was showing. The leg of the next character was showing when it was playing this particular character. So some sprite images might not be well, they didn't space them right. So because of time, you would have used Photoshop to correct this. So if you have a sprite image that has some characters being too close and some characters being too far apart, such that the animation didn't really come out the way you expected, even after doing the right calculation, you can use Photoshop to kind of move this. For example, I can use Photoshop to click on this guy. I can crop in Photoshop. I can select just this guy alone, cut it out of this frame, and shift it to the right just a bit, and just drag it to the right just a bit, such that it no longer interferes. It's like almost overlapping with this particular frame. So I kind of shift it to the right a bit. So if you download your own sprite sheet
and you kind of notice that, like some frames are too close to some frames, you can use Photoshop to kind of, make them all be even out in terms of interspacing. And then there are some sprite images that have multiple rows, like I showed us here. Let's hope our page reloads again. So some sprite images have multiple. For example, this guy is okay. This is okay. It has multiple. For example, this, it has 3 rows. You can crop it. You can crop the image here and use 1 row. You can crop any of the image and use 1 row. So that's how to use sprite images to create animations. And it's not just characters moving around that you can use sprite images to do. You can actually use a sprite image to do a loading screen or a loading animation. Sometimes when you click on some web pages, you see like a rolling effect. You see some balls kind of spinning around to show that, oh, this page is loading. So that loading effect, that spin around effect, you can use sprite image for that. For example, the first image would have the ball in a particular position. The second frame will have the ball in that position and that position. So if you play all those frames, to look like you have a loading animation, loading. So in that case, you don't need the animation to move forward, just to be on a single spot, and to you want the icon to just spin around without moving forward. So for loading screen or loading animation, we won't animate the move forward part. It just be this walking. So instead of calling it walking gear, you can just call it spinning ball or something. So we just do this alone. We don't do the move forward part for that. So you can create your own loading button or loading animation or loading loading animation using sprite images.
Next, let's tie up some loose ends, especially as regards some of the nav links that we created earlier. For example, if you click on home doesn't take us anywhere, department doesn't take us anywhere, store doesn't take us anywhere. We click on them because we just give them dummy links. So let's really tie up that loose ends by assigning links to, or rather assigning actual web pages to the hyperlink references, the hrefs. So if we start from, we can give subcontents and hyperlink. For example, subcontent is if you go to our HTML file, the first li element here has an a tag inside it. That's with href equal to #1. That's a dummy link, and the text itself is subcontent. So if I change this to an actual the directory reference to an actual HTML file, whenever I click on subcontent, it will take me to that page. So but we can leave subcontent as #1. So sometimes you might not want the actual link to do anything. You may just want the subcontent to give us a drop down menu, or we can kind of make it such that we can also click on subcontent to take us elsewhere, or we can make subcontents like if you click on it, it doesn't take us anywhere, but all of this will take us somewhere. We can make it that way. But let's go for that. So subcontent, still leave it at #1, so it doesn't take us anywhere. If you click on it, it won't take you anywhere. Its function is just to ensure that we get a drop down. So let's make sure that home takes us home actually. So we click on home, it's not going anywhere. So let's look for our home. So this is home here, and this is the hyperlink reference, the href for home. So we'll change #4 to the reference to a particular web page. So the web page that will serve as our home, it usually is always the index.html file. So if you go to our file explorer here, we have, this is where we're in the gallery.html file. If you go backwards, if you navigate backwards, the gallery.html file is inside contents folder. There's a folder called contents. If you close it, so it's gone inside contents. So gallery is under contents. Then in the same directory with contents is your index.html. So index.html is our home page. So every web page should always have index.html. So if you visit a web page, www.akuoyo.com, it's the index.html file that will be loaded for you as the home page. Then other pages will be in subfolders like contents or other folders basically, but index.html is 100% compulsory for every web page. So we want to go from gallery.com to index.html. So if we let's close this guy. So this is where we are now. We want home instead of #4. We want home to reference the index.html home page. So the very first thing, let's delete our #4. We come back here. So to get to index.html, we need to navigate backwards from gallery.html. We navigate backward to the parent folder. The parent folder is this assignment 6 folder. So everybody, they all in assignment 6 folder. So we navigate backwards from here to assignment 6 folder. When we navigate backward, then we'll be able to select index.html. So let's go here now. So to navigate backwards, we go .. So now we see that all the folders that are in the previous directory, all the files and folders in the previous directory, they are open to us. So index.html is among them. So you click on it, and you have .. index.html. So now we now have a reference to the home page, which is index.html. So we can now save. So if I over on sub content and I click on home, you see that we now go to our, this is our index.html, this is our home page. So if I click on our departments, although of course we've done this before, we've done index.html, we've done this before, and this link takes us to another HTML file, which is departments.html. If I click on it, it takes us to departments.html. We've done this before, and this was our last assignment. So after departments.html, this link will take us to our gallery.html. We've also done that before. We click on it, it brings us back to here. So if you click on this home, you go back to home, their previous home, and if you click on, so that's that for now. So we've only tested out the home. Department doesn't take us anywhere. Of course, we can make departments take us on if you click on it, or we can make it such that clicking on department won't do anything except you click on department 1, department 2, or department 3. So next we can let's do store, and maybe contact us, and we just leave the rest as dummy links. So let's do store. Now I want to show us something, one very useful feature of IDs. You know, so far in our HTML5 we just use classes all through. We use classes to give our elements unique identifiers. So of course we could have used ID instead of class here, you know. So we use class all through. But there's one particular usefulness of ID that we can't use class for. We use class here to, you know, identify or give unique names to all the elements we used here. But IDs, we could have used IDs too, but IDs have one peculiar, is one, you know, function that only an ID can perform, that a class cannot perform. And you kind of, you know, let's quickly go into that now. So, and that is that you can use your ID. You can make your link. You can make your link take you somewhere within the same page, instead of, you know, of course this home takes us to another page. We can make this store take us somewhere within the same page. For example, we can click, whenever we click on store, we can say, okay, let store take us to card 4, where card 4 is. This is card 4 here. So if we go to card 4, where is our card 4? Let's go down, and yeah, this is card 4. So the card itself, the div that's, you know, that's encapsulating the whole card is this. This is the div that encapsulates your card. If I give it an ID, now so far we've been using either ID or class, but each element can have both ID and class. There's nothing saying that your element cannot have both the ID and a class. So it still retains the name, the class card. Then we can give it an ID, a unique ID. So let's call the ID card 4. We're calling it card 4 because of course it's the 4th card. So it still retains its normal class name. You see that as I control save, I've saved it, the card is still working, which means that the class card is still working. If I change the class to another than card, maybe card 1, or if I change the class to card 4 and I save, it will follow, it will, you know, let me see, save, it's not refreshing, this is taking some time to load. Okay, while that loads, let's continue with our ID. So until this guy is done refreshing, I don't know why it's taking so much time to kind of load. Now let's focus on the ID. So changing the ID name to, so you see here that the card 4 has collapsed. Now it's all over the place, and that's because the class is no longer card. The class card was where we styled all our CSS. We give all the styling to the class card. So card 4 does not exist. So let's take it back to the class name card. I hope it won't take forever to, okay, it's back now. So ID card 4, so it means that the class name card is still working. Although we've created an ID, the class with the name card is still working. So let's work with our ID card 4. So save, let's continue. So card 4, this card has an ID. The others don't have ID. This card 4 has an ID called card 4. So let's go to our store. Let's go to store. Yeah, store. We want to attach something to this link store. So we go up here. Yeah, this is store. So the hyperlink reference, the href for store, is a dummy text #6. Now instead of #6, now remember that hash right from time is what you use to select IDs. If you have an ID name and you're in CSS, you use the hashtag to select the ID, and if it's a class, you use a dot notation. So this hash anyway, it works for IDs. So this, in a way, we can look at all what we are calling dummy text, the #6, the #7, #8, but we are calling a dummy link. It's actually IDs. Although those IDs don't exist because we didn't create any ID with the #6. We didn't create any ID with 7 rather. We didn't create an ID with ID name 8. So it's referencing IDs that don't exist. So now we want to, instead of #6 or #5 or anything, we want to go hashtag plus the a name of an ID that actually exists. So that's card 4. Card 4 is an ID that exists. So we've created card 4. So card 4 will now take us to where the card 4 ID is. Save. So okay, now it's saved. Now if I click on store, it will take us to where card 4 is. So let's click. Instantly it took us to where card 4 is. So you can using IDs, you can make links go to other places on your page. For example, if I turn the web page to portrait mode, which of course will make it go all narrow, and I click on store, it takes us to where card 4 is. So it's a pretty cool feature sometimes, especially when your web page is pretty long, like it's really long, and you kind of segment your web page such that there's a particular information from one section to one section, and then scroll down another information from one section to one section. You can kind of put links. You can put links to all those sections at the top, so that when a user click on one particular link, it just takes him to the section he needs, instead of the user having to scroll down to and check all the information on the web page. You can just be clicking on this link to take him to a particular place, then you scroll up again, click on another link, it takes him somewhere else again, that sort of thing. So it's a cool feature to be able to just scroll down to where you need. So we can assign something similar to all our respective links. Good departments. Okay, so for departments, let's make our department 1 take us somewhere else. So department 1, or now it's just a dummy link #6. Remember that hash is for ID notation, hashtag for ID. So ID with ID name 6. So we didn't create any ID with ID name 6. If we had done that, it would just take us to where such an ID is. So for example, #8. Let's do something with department 3. #8. Where are you? Okay, so for this is another card. This is card 3. You can give it an ID. ID equal to 8. Because when you are giving the ID its name, you won't put hashtag there. But when you want to reference the ID later, you then put the hashtag. So for card 3, we give it ID 8. So let's see what happens if we go department 3. Department 3 takes us to card 3 because department 3 has hyperlink reference of #8. So the #8 there is ID of 8. So we've given this 8 as the ID name for card 3. That's why if you click on it, it takes us. So this ID, this #7, it won't take us anywhere because we don't have ID that has a name of 7. Once you create an ID that has a name of 7, card department 2 will take us, to that particular element with the ID 7. So let's go for department 1. So we want department 1 to take us to, let's open file explorer, department. This is departments.html. So we want department 1 to take us to departments.html. So departments.html is in the same folder. They are side by side. If I close, this is contents. It's in the same folder called content. So it is side by side. There's no need for us to navigate backwards or anything. We can just select departments straight away. So if our hyperlink reference, let's close this guy. Our hyperlink reference href for department 1, instead of it being h6, we remove it and just select straight away departments.html. So departments.html straight away. So you should be able to select it straight away because they are in the same folder. So should be pretty straightforward. So let's save. Have we saved that? It's still saving. Okay, it's saved. So let's go back to landscape mode. Scroll up. Sub content departments. If I click on department 1, it takes us to our department. This is department. If I click on, of course, this one has its own effects, different effects. We've done this before. Click on gallery. It brings us back here. Over department 3 takes us to where card 3 is, and over store takes us to where card 4 is, and department 1 takes us to department.html, and home takes us back to home. Our department brings us here. Gallery takes us here. Sub contents, home takes us back home. Our departments takes us here. Gallery takes us here, and okay, it's becoming tiresome now. So the next thing we're going to do now is to convert our web page, or our web pages, our websites, like combination of all the web pages we have now, and with the images and CSS and everything, into one single APK file, an Android installation file. So that's very, very easy to do. Just go to Google here. Let's stretch our page a bit so we can have more real estate. And with the website we're going to use called Web Into Hub. Web Into Hub. It's pretty descriptive name. So Web Into Hub helps us. So webintohub.com. Webintohub.com is the website we use. So it basically turn your website into an application, Android app. I think you can also do the same thing for iOS, but guess what? It's not free. As with many things, it has to be iOS. Now, I want you to see something about this web page. This web page, kind of it demonstrates something I was trying to explain when we were talking about making our web pages responsive to the size of the screen that is viewing our web pages. For example, if I click on the edge of this web page and I'm scrolling down as I'm trying to shrink the size of the web browser. Now, just look at it. This is their nav links. So if I click on this and I try to scroll down, at some point something will happen. At some point, yeah. Did you see that? Let's go again. Yeah, something happens here, and then something happens here. You see that snaps and snaps. Now all the nav links disappeared. All the links we had on top disappeared. Here the links appeared 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 links. This is a drop down. This is a drop. Can we call it drop down? Kind of, kind of dropping from down upward, kind of. But kind of like drop down. And once we entered portrait mode, or not really portrait mode per se, but when the width of the web page became less than a particular value, I'm guessing maybe something around 900 or 800 pixels, all the nav links, the links at the top and navigation area, kind of disappeared, and they were replaced with this icon here, 3 horizontal bars. So if I click on it, these are those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the same 6 links that we had in nav top are now in a new window here. So if you are viewing this on a mobile phone, for example, there's a spray that now if I take it narrow, super narrow, very, very narrow, see that this looks better now. Imagine if all those links were still here, about 6 of them, and the words of those links are pretty well, so they'll be overlapping each other to make the whole page look all ugly. But with this their approach, the just replacing all of those 6 links with just this icon here. So if you click on the icon, this pops up. So I explained, when we are talking about responsive web pages, how to get this to work. And that is that originally, let's take this back. Originally, that icon is actually here. We cannot see it. The icon is actually here. Just that they made it to have a display none in a CSS. So it's invisible here, or it's basically almost deleted, kind of. So it has display none. It's not being displayed at all, but it's kind of here. So if by the time we take it, now we get to past the max width set in the media query, the media query, that the nav links become display none. Display none becomes activated for all the nav links, while the icon that initially had display none, it was display none before, now it becomes display block. So it's enabled in the media query, but in the main CSS this is display none. In the main CSS, the nav links have a display block or display flex, but in the inside the media query is display none. So you're just like inverting their positions. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so one thing, as you develop web pages, one habit you can always imbibe is to okay, let's look at this is their own cards, kind of CSS cards. Based on what we've done so far, you should, doing this should not be too difficult. Of course, this is maybe H2 or H1, H3. You can change the font size. This is a paragraph, and this is an image. So a card, a div box with all of these elements, and this is an horizontal rule on top. So you can replicate this. So if we kind of shrink it, see that when the width got a particular value, the CSS value change. They change the width of the cards. In our own case, we just moved the cards from maybe being 2 on a row to 1 on the row. In their own case, they actually reduce so their web page is responsive, like based on the width. You see that when we got to a particular width again, it changed to 1 1. It was 3 sided. It was initially 3 side by side, but very, very wide width of the CSS cards. At some point, the cards became narrower. At some point, became a lot narrower. The width became narrower. At some point, they just made it 1 based on the the device type, just a single CSS card per row, and you shrink it. So we can't go past this. So it's similar to the kind of design that we are going for. So that brings me to my next point, that it's always a good culture from time to time. Just check other websites, any website you see. Once the website looks pretty attractive, wow, you like the way the website looks, try and see if you can replicate it. For example, here it's possible that if we shrink this, it might be responsive to. Let's see. Okay, I think they just made it disappear. It's not even showing it again. So it's only when you're in landscape mode that you see these dashboard guys. Once you kind of almost in portrait mode or narrow screen mode, they just make all of this have display none. So it's good to just look at other web pages and kind of try and replicate what they have or learn from what they've done. So yes, we've digressed a bit by explaining that. Let's go to exactly what. So to make use of this, you register for free. So I've done that before. Let me just log into my page. I hope I remember my password and username. So you register for free and be able to create your own web pages. So I just use my email there, and I can disable remember me. I hope I remember my password. Let me type that in and log in, and okay, it worked. So I remember my password. Okay, so once you log in to your web page, it shows you your apps. So I've created 3 apps thus far. I've created 3 apps, and I can download. This is the link to that. I can download my apps in APK format. It's pretty cool. So let's create a new app just to show us how it's been done. Create new app. Click on create new app. So create new app. So this environment, this is one div and that div side by side. We should be able to recreate something like this based on what they've taught us. Be able to recreate something like this. It's within the knowledge database of what we've learned so far. Same thing too with this web page. this structure is something we can do. This is box shadow, we can, this is respective, that div, this is div box, div box with icons, and we can replicate this. So this is something we can do. Same thing here, this is one div box, another div box to the side. Okay, let's continue what we our APK generating task. So there are two ways you can convert your web page to, or there are two ways you can feed your web page into this this website. The first one is use an online URL. That is, if you've already hosted your website online, for example, you've converted all your HTML files and CSS into an actual website that's online. For example, maybe www.acuentwebdesign.com or something like that. So you just kind of put the website here. It's already online. If people go online with their mobile, they will see the website. If you have that kind of website, just put the website link here, and to convert it to generate an APK file based on what based on how your web page looks. So that's one way of doing it. So, but because we don't have that yet, let's do the second method is use HTML files. So to use HTML file method is you just, all your web page files, you put them in a zip file, and you upload that zip file here. So if I come here, click, let me navigate to our web page. Assignment. So this is our web page. This is inside contents. We have our gallery.html, department.html. If you go back, we have index.html. These are all our images, everything. The sprite image is here, all the card images are here, wallpaper, everything, the logos, everything is here. The CSS, original style sheet, style2.css, everything is here. Now, when you want to convert this to a zip file, there are two ways you could probably do it. The first way is wrong. That is, if you convert this to a zip file, the assignment is to a zip file, you're going to have an error. For example, if I right click on this and I say send to compress zip, it's going to create assignment 6, which is okay. But if I open it, now inside that zip file is another assignment 6 again. So, and whereas this website is looking for index.html. So because inside the zip file is assignment 6, it's going to give you an error. It's going to throw an error. So let's delete this. This is not what we want to do. Delete. So inside assignment 6, inside the folder itself, you kind of open up. Okay, yes. So you look at all our files here. We're going to zip our files from within here, within the assignment 6 folder. So if I kind of highlight, I select all my files. So our gallery.html is inside contents, our images are there, everything is here. So just kind of right click on any of the file, just right click on it, then send to compress zip file. So it will create a new zip file with the name of whatever it is you right clicked on. That is style 2, but we delete this style 2 and just call it whatever it is we want. Maybe ent app, call it anything. Let's click outside so it saves it. So it has compressed it now. It's taking some time. Okay, now if I double click on my ent app now, if I double click on the zip file, double click, we see that inside it is exactly our files. The files, the index is actually looking for, this browser is looking for index.html, so it will see it immediately. Unlike when we zipped the assignment 6 folder, it just puts as another assignment 6 folder inside the assignment 6 folder as an assignment 6 zip file, and that's, this website is not going to be able to be checking all the subfolders to look for index.html. So it's better such that immediately the websites, the web into app web page, once it gets fed with your zip file, immediately opens it, it wants to see index.html straight away. So we can navigate from here, select zip file. Let's select the zip file. So we're going to look for where our zip file is. Assignment 6. So this is ent app is a zip file. Click on open. So it will kind of load up for us. It will upload quickly. Come on. and almost done. So it has done that already for us. So we give our app a name, the name of our app. Let's call our app my ENT app. So this major version, like maybe version 1, minor version 0.0, so you can say version 1.1, 1.2. All this doesn't matter. This is just nomenclature, such that maybe when if you created this app first and then you give it to, you sent it to the link, or you upload it on Play Store for people to download, and there was a problem with the app, and you want to, you want people to download an updated version. So after that we've done the updated version, you can maybe just come and say maybe 1.2, 1.1 rather, or maybe 1.2 or 2.1, 2.0, whatever it is. But this is just nomenclature. You just leave it at 1.0. There's no big deal. Then your company name, it doesn't matter. You can say ACU or something. So the whole point of having a company name and this is that if you've done cracking on modding on on Android device or your Android mobile phone, like you've kind of changed some files in your installed Android apps or Android games, you should be familiar with this kind of nomenclature. So all your apps, when your apps get installed, they are named this way. You have that's the company .acu. So ACU is the name of your company, my app, the name of your app. So when you install this app in your Android device, it gets saved with this kind of name, where the last name is the app name, this is the manufacturer, So for games, for mobile games made by Gameloft, it can be com.gameloft. Maybe Spider-Man or something. Or if it's WhatsApp, it can be com.facebook, the company that is the owner of WhatsApp, and .whatsapp, the app. So, but all of this doesn't matter, just for nomenclature's sake. The next thing is the icon. So if you click on this, if you don't click on this, if you leave it as this, it will give you this star, this gray star, as the default icon. But of course, you might want to change the icon of your app so that it looks unique. So you navigate to any image of your choice. We can just pick any image. Maybe we just pick I don't know, maybe this one, or this one, or this one, or this one, or this one. Okay, let's see if this image will work. Only PNG files are allowed. Okay, so .jpg files are not allowed. Let's go back again. Let's look for, I think this one is a PNG file. Let's click on this. So this is a PNG file that's uploaded there. So next, so it will generate our APK file. So there are two options: free Android app. So you download the free Android app. We can generate a free and download without paying anything, or a dedicated Android and iOS app. So if you want to be able to generate Android, it gives you Android option, of course, normally, and then the iOS app. So if you want to be able to generate iOS app, you need to pay a one-time fee of $89. So you pay it once and you don't have to pay it again. So of course we select the free one because we like free things now. So there's some settings here: enable JavaScript, allow HTTP requests. All of these are we don't need to tamper with anything. We don't need to tamper with any of this. So we've selected free Android app, and just click on make app. Click on make app. So it will take some time to to build the app. Now if you are viewing this web page on your mobile device in portrait mode, most likely this web page will look slightly different. But even if it will look different, the functionalities will still be there. All these links, all these buttons will be there. The arrangement will be different. So with today's class, I'm sure whenever you visit a web page that looks different to your mobile phone, you will know the reason why. So we are done. Our app is ready. So it says enable app on page. The whole point of this is that you can kind of, this website, Webpinto app, they have their own app store apart from Google Play Store. They have their own app store, such that your friends and users around the world can go to your store can go to your page in their own store and download your app there for free. So that's what this enable app on page does. So if you enable it, you give people the chance to download your app from Webpinto app store, apart from maybe Play Store. So later on, you can still upload your APK file or your AAB file rather, because if you if you want to upload to to Google Play Store, you won't do it with an APK file. You do it with the AAB file. So inside the AAB file, there's an APK file. So, but all of that, it's later down the line. Okay, so we need to copy this is the URL for our app in their own store. We click on OK. We are done. Oh, okay. We can select the category. What category? Our app. We can say our app is educational. Kind of describe it. A test app or something. A test app. Okay. So if you look at our dashboard, this is our my ENT app version 1.0. So this is the app we just created now. I've done all these ones before. You can delete any of your previous app. Let me delete this one. You can download it. You can download the app or delete it. Let me just delete it. Delete this one. So you can delete your app. Okay, I've heard. So this is the one we just created now. My ENT app version 1. So you can download it. So if you're downloading it from here, it's going to download it. It's going to give you a zip file. Inside that zip file, compressed file, you're going to find your APK file there and the AAB file. The APK file, you install it on your mobile device and just use your app straight away. But the AAB file there is for when you want to upload your app to Google Play Store. So that is one way of doing it. Another way of downloading is just let's open a new page. So that's store link that we copied before. Let's go into let's check it out. Let's check out our store link. And now you see that this is my app, my ENT app dot, like, this is the web into app, their store. So on their store, my app is there, or rather our app by ACU. So instead of ACU, you can put your name here. So you are the manufacturer. So the package you see is com.acu, the developer, and the name of the app. So see at 1.0, version 1.0, you can make version 1.1, version 1.2, version 1.3, version 2.0, like that. So yeah, this is download APK. So if you go to this approach, if you just want to download the APK without downloading the old zip folder, just come here and click on download APK. So if you send this link to your friends, to users, and they visit this, they will download your APK files straight away. And of course, from here you can share the link. You can share this link to people through Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Pinterest. Or if you can come here and click on download. If you download from here, it will be a zip folder or zip file that contains the APK file, the AAB file, and then some certificate file, like to show that the app belongs to you and things like that. Well, if you just want the straight up, just the APK file alone, without all those certificates and things like that, just go through the store yourself and download the APK file, and then install it on your mobile device, and almost basically everything that you did on will be displayed. All the pages, all the index.com, index.html, your department.html, gallery.html, everything will work. Basically it's almost nothing that works in your web browser here. There's almost nothing that works in your web browser that won't work when you've in your Android device or on your Android app after you've installed it on your Android devices. So that is how to generate an APK file from your web page, and it's probably one of the easiest way to develop an Android application. Of course, the standard way is to use Android Studio using Java language or the Kotlin programming language. But because if you know web development, it's super easy to just convert your web page to an APK file. So the last thing we're doing today is to check what is called bootloader template. Is it bootloader template? Sorry, why do I keep calling it bootloader? I meant bootstrap template. Bootstrap template. I'm using Bing.com. Okay. So with bootstrap templates, if you click on this start bootstrap.com, it will take you to a page like this. So there are many options. You will see many bootstrap options, and click on. The whole point is just that it will give you like a sample web page. So look at something like this, look at it's kind of responsive, you know, tell me more, like sample web. So you can download this and edit it. So you can say you can change this. If you download the free download, you click on free download, it will download the web page for you. So you can change the image in the when you download it, you open it with VS Studio Code, and then you change with some text, change this, change identity, change a couple of things down here, you know. Since you have this low rep ipsum, the typical dummy text, you know, so you can change this to whatever it is you want. So it's a good way to, you know, if you're out of ideas, think, yeah, what kind of web page do I want to create? Just check, you know, Bootstrap template. You see many kind of, look at this style. I kind of like the way they did this top, the Bootstrap top, you know. And from here, you can just check. You can get ideas about your web page by, you know, checking many Bootstrap templates. You say, oh, I kind of like this. Then you download these templates. Then you kind of edit it. You can change these images, change the names, change the icons, change this dummy text, you know, in VS Studio Code. So we've come to the end of today's class. I hope you're able to gain one or two things from it. So thanks for listening.